gentlemen, good morning. Hong Kong-Asean Summit 2024 will begin shortly. At this time, we do invite you to come into the ballroom to find your seats. So please make your way from the foyer into the ballroom to find your seats. And we do invite you to switch your cell phones to silent or vibrate mode. Thank you very much. We'll see you shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, our summit will be beginning shortly, so we do invite all guests in the foyer to make your way into the ballroom to find your seats. And once again, a reminder, please switch your cell phones to vibrate or silent mode. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Our summit will be beginning very shortly. So at this time, once again, for those of you coming into the ballroom, please take your seats. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Desmond So, and I'm delighted to be your MC this morning. Now, our special guests are outside. They have arrived. They're just finishing with a few photos, so thank you for your patience as we wait for them to come in. But this is really a great and opportune time to have this conference, this summit, because there's so much going on in the ASEAN region, very exciting things. So it is great to see all of you. We hope you will take this morning, of course, not only to listen to the information conveyed by our speakers, but also to network, to meet new and old friends, and to build some lasting relationships out of this summit. So thank you once again for your patience. We do wait for our guests to finish their photos before we welcome them in. Now, maybe I can take a quick survey before we begin. For those of you who are not from ASEAN countries, who has visited ASEAN in the near future, in the past 3 months? Hands up. Okay. I don't see a lot of hands, which I assume everyone here else is from ASEAN countries, right? Because I think so many of us, travel around the region. We do business in the region. Personally, I was just in Singapore, in Indonesia recently, and it's really a thriving place. Lots of exciting things going on, and it's great to gather everyone from the region to come to Hong Kong here. Once again, thank you for your patience. They just need a little bit more time outside to capture their photo moments because there are a lot of distinguished dignitaries and guests coming today. So thank you for your patience. Okay, I do have an update. They'll be done very soon. Thank you. Chief Executive John K.C. Lee, 中央人民政府驻香港特别行政区联络办公室副主任刘光源, Ministers, Consuls General, Secretary of State, speakers, and delegates, a good morning and a very warm welcome to Hong Kong-Asean Summit 2024, building a thriving partnership for a prosperous future together. It is a pleasure to see so many esteemed leaders, decision makers, and innovators in the same room, all gathered to explore and strengthen the bond between Hong Kong and the dynamic ASEAN region. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Desmond So, and I'm delighted to be your MC this morning. Now, as I mentioned before, this summit could not have come at a more opportune time. With ASEAN's rapid growth and Hong Kong's unmatched expertise, this is the perfect platform to forge new paths for collaboration. Today, we'll discuss key business and trade opportunities, green finance, e-commerce, and much more. To kickstart our morning, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to the stage Catherine So, Chief Executive Officer of the South China Morning Post, who will welcome all of you personally. Please join me in welcoming Catherine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of South China Morning Post, welcome to the Hong Kong-Asean Summit 2024. We're thrilled once again to host the annual summit, bringing together distinguished government officials, policymakers, and business leaders. Your presence here today underscores the immense importance we all place on strengthening the ties and collaborations between Hong Kong and ASEAN. At SCMP, we've been leading the global conversation about Hong Kong, Greater China, and Asia for over 120 years. We pride ourselves on having the depth and breadth of expertise on Asia that enables us to help our global audience make sense of news events that take place in the region. The theme of this year's summit is building a thriving partnership for a prosperous future together. And we're honored to have not only one, but four distinguished, esteemed keynote speakers who will address our audience today, including the Chief Executive of Hong Kong SAR, the Honorable John Lee, the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia, the Deputy Minister of Finance of Laos People's Democratic Republic, the Secretary of State for the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and a warm welcome also to our special guest, Mr. Liu Guanyuan, Deputy Director, Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR, as well as industry experts from finance, technology, property, e-commerce, and academia. Throughout today's sessions, these government and business leaders will explore the immense potential for economic and strategic partnership between Hong Kong and ASEAN nations in areas including green finance, technology, innovation, sustainable development, e-commerce, and Belt and Road. Since the founding in 1967, ASEAN has transformed itself into the world's fifth largest economy with a combined GDP of more than 28 trillion. Hong Kong and ASEAN have long mutually benefited from our economic partnership on multiple fronts. For example, in 2023, ASEAN was Hong Kong's second largest trading partner with a total merchandise trade volume reaching more than $1 trillion Hong Kong dollars. Further, Hong Kong is one of ASEAN's leading sources of foreign direct investment. In 2022, ASEAN ranked third amongst Hong Kong's destinations of outward direct investment, totaling more than $573 billion. Now, I would like to take a moment to extend our gratitude to our presenting partner, Hong Kong-ASEAN Foundation, and our Hong Kong Foundation, our diamond sponsor, UOB, and our supporting organizations, Hong Kong-Singapore Business Association, Indonesia Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong, Meichamp Hong Kong and Macau, and Singapore Chamber of Commerce. And on that note, thank you all for joining us, and welcome to the Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Next, we're privileged to hear from Daryl Ng, Chairman of the Hong Kong-ASEAN Foundation. Daryl has been a longtime advocate for deepening the ties between Hong Kong and ASEAN. Please welcome Daryl.
Good morning, Chief Executive Mr. John Lee, Deputy Director Mr. Liu, Catherine, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry Malaysia, Deputy Minister of Finance Laos, Secretary for State Ministry of Tourism, Cambodia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Hong Kong-Asean Foundation, I would like to wish you all a very, very warm welcome for joining us this morning. Because last year's summit, it was Typhoon 9, and our Chief Executive, John Lee, still came in Typhoon 9. So it's wonderful to see you all here today with no typhoon. 2 years ago, I had the honor of presenting the Hong Kong-Asean Foundation, a non-profit platform to promote and deepen friendships and relationships with the ASEAN friends. I always believe in positive engagement, and it is now more important than ever for Hong Kong to play our role as a super connector to bridge China and ASEAN. It was with this vision that Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit was brought to life 2 years ago with SCMP. On this note, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to Catherine and her excellent team in SCMP for putting this wonderful summit together. For those of you who have been with us since the inaugural summit, thank you for your kind support. I would like to extend my big hand to SCMP. I would like to extend my most sincere gratitude to our ministerial guests today who have traveled all the way here to be with us this morning. Thank you so much. As our Hong Kong Chief Executive, Mr. John Lee, led a very successful and fruitful delegation to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam recently, we are delighted to have the opportunity to reciprocate the hospitality to our guests of honor today from Laos and Cambodia. Welcome, and come back more to Hong Kong. This morning, yes, a big round of applause to our ASEAN guests. People this morning love to clap. This morning, we also have friends who have flown thousands of miles from the UK and New York. For instance, Henny Sender, former chief financial correspondent at Financial Times. Welcome back to Hong Kong, Henny. And also Professor Shaila from Cambridge University in UK. They are embodiments of the summit's spirit of fostering connections and friendships far and wide. I'm sure this morning will be fruitful with a lot of insights from everyone. There's so much we can learn from our ASEAN friends. And there's so much more that us in Hong Kong can be doing for the region. In addition to this summit and our published research papers the last 2 years, ASEAN Foundation have also launched our annual ASEAN Film Festival, which opened last week in Typhoon 8. And a lot of the CGs here came in Typhoon 8 to support, which I also hope everyone here in the audience have the opportunity to enjoy the creative movies and films from ASEAN, which we are playing in Hong Kong across 9 different movie theaters. And we also, our ASEAN Foundation have also extended our outreach to the community of over 350 domestic helpers in Hong Kong who are integral to Hong Kong and our society, helping us, the households, the families, the children, and they live in our homes. So we have to take care of them. And we also have launched meaningful student exchanges with ASEAN universities across the region. I would also like to thank the members of our advisory council of the Hong Kong-ASEAN Foundation who are here today. They are distinguished leaders and experts in Hong Kong, and they give our young foundation wise counsel and contribute ideas to help strengthen bonds with the ASEAN. Many of them are here this morning, and they are speakers, so thank you, Cheng Hai, Christine, and Shaila for speaking later. I would also like to thank the Hong Kong SAR government under the capable leadership of our Chief Executive, Mr. John Lee, for taking the lead to enhance relations with ASEAN member states. Thank you so much for the hard work, CE. I look forward to how Hong Kong can advance and work with ASEAN members for a brighter and better future for this region. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daryl. We are honored today to have with us the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable John Casey Lee, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR, who will deliver our keynote address. Chief Executive.
Excellency, Mr. Tengku Zafrul Aziz, Minister of Malaysia, Excellency, Mr. Phanara, Secretary of State of the Kingdom of Cambodia, Excellency Mr. Se Sombev, Deputy Minister of Finance of Laos, Deputy Director Liu Guangyuan, government officials, Consuls General, Miss Catherine So, Mr. Darrell Ng, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today for the opening of the annual Hong Kong-Asean Summit. I'm pleased to say this is the third year in a row I've had the welcome opportunity to address you. Allow me first to welcome Minister Aziz from Malaysia, together with our two honorable friends from Laos and Cambodia, together with the many other senior government officials, business leaders, and distinguished guests from ASEAN member states and beyond. These distinguished participants come from different parts of the world to take part in today's Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit. Welcome to Hong Kong. And my thanks to the South China Morning Post for once again organizing this important gathering among long-standing friends, partners, and associates in business, trade, investment, real estate, education, cultural exchange, and much more. Hong Kong values its strong relations with the ASEAN region. Trade powers our deep, valued, and endlessly expanding ties. For good reason. ASEAN has been our second largest merchandise trade partner for more than a decade. Last year, our trade reached $145 billion US. That, ladies and gentlemen, accounted for nearly 13% of Hong Kong's total trade with the world last year. Investment is a key enabler of trade and business. And it should come as no surprise that ASEAN in 2022 was Hong Kong's sixth largest source of inward direct investment and third largest destination for outward investment. Yes, Hong Kong is keen to invest in this burgeoning region of growth in Asia. Last year, Hong Kong contributed to 6.5% of direct investment inflows into ASEAN, making us the fourth largest source of direct investment among ASEAN's external partners. And I'm glad that we share a mutual interest in investing in each other's economy. At last count, some 650 ASEAN companies keep offices in Hong Kong. In the first 7 months of this year alone, ASEAN parent companies established some 50 new offices here in Hong Kong. These and other encouraging developments reflect the significant value brought about by the ASEAN-Hong Kong-China Free Trade Agreement and related investment agreement, both of which came into full force in 2021. They reflect as well the continuing flow between us of senior governmental and high-profile business and institutional leaders. Not only do we like to do business together, we clearly enjoy visiting each other's economic and cultural centers and communities, getting to know one another in person, face to face. This July, I visited the ASEAN countries of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. That was my third visit to ASEAN since I took office as Chief Executive just over 2 years ago. It was, I'm delighted to add, the first time ever for a Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR to visit these three beautiful and thriving countries. During my stay, I had the honor of meeting the government leaders of the three countries as well as a variety of public and private sector leaders. Joining me was a delegation of some 30 high-profile representatives from industry and commerce, from financial services, transport, logistics, tourism, and innovation and technology. Together, we talked business and updated our counterparts about the latest opportunities in Hong Kong. Together, we signed 55 MOUs and agreements, strengthening cooperation with Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam in such areas as trade, investment, customs, education, logistics, tourism, technology, aviation, and finance. The previous July, during my visits to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, we signed more than 30 MOUs. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings the total to close to 90 cooperation agreements signed with 6 ASEAN countries in just 1 year. Those results bring home a clear and compelling message that Hong Kong and ASEAN mean business today, tomorrow, and long down our promising road altogether. ASEAN, after all, is a thriving economy, the world's 5th largest, and it boasts an enviable and energetic population of nearly 700 million people. That adds up to a lot of opportunities. And ASEAN clearly sees promise in Hong Kong in our surpassing ability to connect mainland China, ASEAN, and the world of business and investment prospects. Under the unique one country, two systems principle, Hong Kong is the only world city that brings together the China advantage and the global advantage. As the only common law jurisdiction in China, we have a long-standing tradition of the rule of law. Our legal system resembles that of many of the world's leading financial centers. Coming first in the world in business legislation and international trade, we ranked 5th globally in the latest World Competitiveness Yearbook. With the strong support of our country, we play a pivotal role in different national strategies. One of them is the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. Bringing together Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 southern cities in the mainland, the Greater Bay Area has a population of over 86 million, on par with the population of Thailand and Cambodia combined, to put it in context. Last year, the Greater Bay Area had a total economic output of nearly $2 trillion, similar to that of the world's 10th largest economy. More than an enormous consumer market, the Greater Bay Area is rapidly developing into an international innovation and technology center by converging Hong Kong's solid R&D capabilities and the mainland's prowess in innovation and advanced manufacturing. In the latest Global Innovation Index by the World Intellectual Property Organization, the Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Guangzhou cluster continued to rank 2nd globally for the 5th consecutive year. In short, the Greater Bay Area possesses enormous development potential for a world of investors to grasp, and Hong Kong is eager to help our friends from ASEAN in capitalizing that potential. We also play a key role in our country's Belt and Road Initiative. The annual Belt and Road Summit, organized by the Hong Kong SAR government and the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, just concluded this week. I'm pleased to note that Permanent Deputy Prime Minister Win Hua Bin delivered a special address at the summit's opening session. Pleased also that the many government officials from ASEAN states present today also joined and spoke at the summit. Let me add that the Hong Kong-Asean government is doing everything in our power to build on our long-term promise with ASEAN. We now have 3 economic and trade offices based in ASEAN, in Singapore, Bangkok, and Jakarta. And we hope soon to open a 4th ASEAN ETO, this one in the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur. We have been working with the Malaysian government on the proposed office. Hong Kong has long been an open economy, a world city built on free trade, and we are eager to expand our regional cooperation and uphold multilateralism in international trade. I'm confident we can do that and much more by joining RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. All 15 RCEP members, most notably mainland China and the 10 ASEAN member states, are key Hong Kong trading partners. Together, they accounted for about 70% of Hong Kong's total merchandise trade last year and 48% of our trade in services in 2022. Hong Kong, let me add, has signed bilateral free trade agreements with 13 RCEP members. And given our role as the super connector and super value adder between the mainland and economies worldwide, Hong Kong is primed to bring singular and significant value to RCEP and its members. In short, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready and fully prepared to join RCEP, to play an active role in realizing regional integration and creating opportunity for all concerned. The deepening ties between Hong Kong and ASEAN extend well beyond trade and investment, embracing our shared values, aspirations, and commitments to prosperity and well-being among our economies, communities, and peoples. Embracing, too, our bountiful cultural treasures. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to make time for Hong Kong's world-class arts, culture, and entertainment, including the many splendors of our West Kowloon Cultural District. It is at the heart of Hong Kong's fast emerging place as an East meets West center for international cultural exchange. Make time, too, for some of Hong Kong's nearly 80 Michelin-star restaurants, not to mention our lively tea houses and dim sum parlors, neighboring neighborhood pubs, diners, and bistros aplenty. Yes, there's something happening, something to see and savor everywhere you look in Hong Kong, an energetic and vibrant world city. My thanks once again to the South China Morning Post for organizing this vital region-wide gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best of business at today's summit and an early, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The moon will soon be full, as will our fulfilling partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive John Casey Lee, for that warm welcome and for providing such a rich plethora of numbers and figures to give us perspective on really how important the ASEAN region is. Thank you. Now, if you're posting any bits from the conference today, I will give you 2 hashtags to use. One of them is hashtag HK-ASEAN Summit, and the other is hashtag SCMP Live. So if you're posting to social media, I'll give those once more. It's at HK-ASEAN Summit, all one word, and at SCMP Live, all one word. Now, for the full agenda and speaker bios, please flip over your name badges. On the back of the name badge, you will see a QR code. If you scan the QR code, you will see the speakers' bios as well as the rundown for today. And it's really neat because you'll see that there's also a very small physical survey form on the back of that badge, We do invite your comments. We'd love to solicit feedback from you. So please take some time to fill out that short survey before you depart today and just drop off your name badge at the exit, and that way we will have the survey. At this time, we're going to take a group photo with all of our speakers and government officials. We have quite a long list of distinguished guests, so ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your patience as I invite them up to be recognized and to take the photo. Thank you very much for your hard work, hotel staff. Here we go. First, we have Ms. Jin Ong, Chief Growth Officer of South China Morning Post. Dr. Au King Lun, Executive Director, Board Member of Financial Services Development Council. Ms. Anita Farshney, Global Vice President, Sustainability, Product Success, and Customer Adoption of SAP. Dr. Albert Sang-Gun Park, Lecturer in Development Studies, Department of International Development of the University of Oxford. Professor Shailaja Fennell, Professor of Economy, Economic Security and Resilience, Department of Land Economy of the University of Cambridge. Ms. Farita Girpin Oshai, Chief Executive Officer of Lazada Thailand. Mr. Andrew Gon, Board of Directors of Mahalika Investment Corporation. Mrs. Natalia Rialucky Marsudi, Deputy Chair of ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Markets. Dr. Henny Sender, founder of Apsara Advisory and former Managing Director at BlackRock. Mr. Matt Haldane, Production Editor, Technology of South China Morning Post. And Mr. Kevin Huang, Chief Operating Officer of South China Morning Post. We also have with us Mr. Eugene Tang, Managing Editor, Business and Projects of South China Morning Post. Dr. Jane Lee, Chief Executive Officer of Our Hong Kong Foundation. Mr. Daryl Ng, Chairman of Hong Kong-Asean Foundation. Ms. Catherine So, Chief Executive Officer of South China Morning Post. His Excellency Prag Panara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Zheng Yang 人民政府驻香港特别行政区联络办公室副主任刘光源 Mr. Liu Guangyuan, Deputy Director, Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Honorable Tengku Safrul Aziz, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of the Government of Malaysia. His Excellency Putanupip Saisambat, Deputy Minister of Finance of Lao People's Democratic Republic. Ms. Tammy Tam, Editor-in-Chief of the South China Morning Post. Mr. Nicholas Ho, Commissioner for Belt and Road of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mrs. Christine Ip, Chief Executive Officer of Greater China UOB. Ms. Zuraida Ibrahim, Executive Managing Editor of South China Morning Post. And of course, the Honorable John Casey Lee, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. All right, as they take their picture, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause to welcome all of these distinguished delegates traveling into Hong Kong to make this very special connection. Everybody shift to your right a little bit. Okay, first looking to our center photographer on the ladder, please. Looking to the center photographer in the middle. Big smiles. We have a considerable media pool here today to recognize this auspicious moment, so big smiles. Okay, continue looking to the middle to our center photographer. Okay, and a few more. There's another photographer with his hand up. Please look at his camera. And if everyone can look at this camera here, this is the video. Everybody look at this camera as it passes by. Okay, I think we have our photos. Thank you very much to all of our guests. The Chief Executive now has other official matters to attend to and will be departing at this time. Please put your hands together once again to thank the Chief Executive for his valuable contributions to today's conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you as well to all of our other guests and delegates. Please be seated at this time. Please take your time and watch the steps as you exit. Thank you very much. And we ask all guests to remain in your seats. Thank you very much. Okay. Our hotel staff has the hard work of once again putting the podium back on the stage, because at this time we're going to move on to our series of ministerial keynotes. So let's give them a little bit of time to clear the risers and to put up the podium. And it was great just now in the Chief Executive speech, he gave us a lot of figures and numbers to think about, really highlighting the importance of ASEAN, GBA, as well as Hong Kong's relationship with all of these places of being a connecting point. All right, I think we're ready. At this time, we move to our series of ministerial keynotes, starting with Tengku Zafrul Aziz, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia, who will share insights on Malaysia's investment landscape and how ASEAN and Hong Kong can work together for shared prosperity. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Tengku Zafrul Aziz.
Thank you. His Excellency Futan Opet Sai Sombath, the Deputy Minister of Finance for Laos People's Democratic Republic, His Excellency Prak Panara, Secretary of State for Minister of Tourism, the Kingdom of Cambodia, Ms. Catherine So, CEO of South China Morning Post, Tammy Tam, Editor-in-Chief of South China Morning Post, Darrell Ng, Chairman of Hong Kong-Asean Foundation, CEO of UOB, Christine, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, thank you to South China Morning Post, one of Asia's most distinguished newspapers, for inviting me to be part of this year's Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit. The summit for us in ASEAN has become an important platform to engage the Hong Kong's business community. And Hong Kong remains a major global financial center, and at a time when the economic momentum across Asia is gathering pace. So congratulations again to SCMP, therefore, for bringing together the Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit again this year. So this morning I've been asked to speak on towards a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive ASEAN economy. But let's start by asking the question, how do we take or how do we make ASEAN's economy prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive? The first has arguably been a preoccupation for our leaders since our countries gained independence, and the second is a question that has come in vogue lately. The third is a goal that we long cherish but has arguably eluded us. We have all heard the buzzwords about our region's rich potential, home to more than 680 million people, or almost 10% of the world's population. Our combined GDP, ASEAN's combined GDP, is more than $3.8 trillion and growing at around 4 to 5% on average in the past 10 years. And we're also the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the most stable regions. And at the pace of growth, by the 2030, we should be the top 4 largest economic bloc. But to assume that ASEAN will inevitably succeed organically, without vision, leadership, and action, is wildly optimistic at best. So the irony is that for both trios of virtues, vision will not last without leadership, and leadership will not take root without action. And if we are complacent or unwise, we may not end up with any of the three. So of course, it would be impossible to truly encapsulate all that ASEAN needs in the 10-minute speech. I've only given 10 minutes. But let me broadly outline what is the most pressing. So when it comes to prosperity, I think the diversity that exists in ASEAN is a strength. We have something for everyone: agriculture, heavy industry, natural resources, finance, services, manufacturing, all the components that make economies tick. While each nation may be on different growth stages, this in itself makes ASEAN an exciting prospect for investors, as it presents varied risks and bountiful rewards. So the key is for us to leverage on the varieties. But for ASEAN to jumpstart its steady average growth, as I mentioned, a growth between 4 to 5%, we will need to seriously think about 2 things. One is harnessing cooperation in developing key strategic industries, and 2, enhancing intra-trade within ASEAN. So in developing strategic industries together, we should look at new growth areas such as the green technology and digital infrastructure. We should be leaders, not followers or passive consumers in these areas. The talent is here, and so is the capacity. And our private sectors should be deeply involved in the process rather than it being a state-driven phenomenon. We should also identify what each country should focus on via our respective businesses. Rest assured, this will be part of the key agenda when Malaysia assumes the chairmanship of ASEAN for 2025. It will not be an easy task politically. In the long run, we will all be winners, but some will win more than others. But this is far better for ASEAN's aggregate good than for everyone to compete on their own and losing alone. So likewise, I have strongly advocated the need to increase intra-ASEAN trade. We're heading towards a 700 million strong population. And I mentioned just now a population of 680 million. If you look at the demographics, half of the population, almost half, is below the age of 30. So that's a huge market, and we need to leverage on this and on our young demographic. So more certainly needs to be done to forge partnerships on a regional as well as the sub-regional level. We need to try and materialize long-cherished projects like the IMTGT and the BIMP EAGA, BIMP IAGA. Again, the critical mass is there. ASEAN should also be engaging with other sub-regions like the Greater Bay Area, with Hong Kong as its anchor. A more prosperous ASEAN can only be achieved if we develop strong partnership with key partners and tap into the global market from financial centers such as Hong Kong. As for sustainability, Malaysia, as you know, is pursuing several green economy initiatives like the National Energy Transition Roadmap and the Hydrogen Energy Transition Roadmap. So sustainability is at the core of other industry, and especially our industry, facing plans. We have plans like the National Industrial Master Plan 2030 and the National Semiconductor Strategy, and indeed, in everything our government pursues. We are also pursuing a circular economy while remaining committed to our Paris Accord targets, although our carbon emissions are relatively small. We understand that doing all this is important, not only because it will allow us to continue to trade, but because it's simply the right thing to do to protect our socio-economic fabric. So I believe there's no shortage of acceptance or interest from businesses and the general public. Rather, I think their main concern is how they can embrace sustainability given their finite resources, especially the small, medium enterprises. For the public, it is to ensure their lifestyles are not unduly impacted, whereas for the young, the focus is on credibility to ensure we are genuine in our intentions and not greenwashing. So we must also guard against trade protectionism, camouflaging as climate action, especially against the developing world. So this is something ASEAN should take a common stand on. For instance, it's been quite encouraging how Indonesia and Malaysia have banded together to stand up for our palm oil, which is increasingly sustainable but still gets a bad rap in the West, particularly in Europe. Meanwhile, let's work and commit to ASEAN-wide green targets and standards, ones which are credible internationally and take into account our different pace of development. So next, building an inclusive ASEAN. Right? We have been talking about the need for people-centric ASEAN for years now, right? Strengthening linkages between our civil society is possible and doable. In fact, it's highly possible and doable. ASEAN shouldn't be seen as just a club for statesmen or big corporations, but also part of the calendar for our social groups. Early in our history, ASEAN was able to bring stability to our region, in part because our founding fathers knew each other well. I think this is happening with our new generation of leaders, but we should also be working to ensure these linkages are also built among our SMEs, our youth, our women, our seniors, and indigenous people. So everyone must feel like they are part of ASEAN. They must feel that it is progressing in a way that will benefit them, so that they have a vested interest in seeing it succeed. I strongly believe the ASEAN way and our principle of neutrality is key to this. So it will help us talk to everyone and engage everyone, right? This will be a source of strength in a world that is becoming more polarized. So ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I've been given only 10 minutes on a topic many feel passionately about, but I trust the themes I have briefly touched on here will be discussed in more depth during the summit and other ASEAN-related engagements. So the to-do list for ASEAN is massive, right? We basically need more of everything. It will be difficult, but if we succeed, it will be an accomplishment that will ensure we become more prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. Further, in a world where supply chain reconfiguration is geopolitically motivated, many global companies and MNCs also need a neutral, peace-loving partner. So that partner is ASEAN. So Malaysia is committed to ASEAN, both because of its members' historical ties and because the future is brimming with opportunities. In our chairmanship of ASEAN next year, we will not just make sure that the commitment to ASEAN centrality is renewed, but we will strive to defend ASEAN neutrality as we have seen the dividends pay off handsomely for us in these challenging geopolitical times. We must continue the good work done in the past few years since the pandemic to build a foundation for ASEAN that will usher in decades of sustainable, inclusive, equitable, and resilient growth. This will see ASEAN claim its seat on the high table of the contemporary global order. So indeed, I'm optimistic that the Asian century, at its core, it will be an ASEAN century. So what we need is clarity of vision, clarity of leadership, clarity of action, and three things I mentioned in the beginning of my speech. So that is what will unite ASEAN and its partners to move this region forward. We believe that we can achieve great things together and that the best years of ASEAN and its key socio-economic partners, of course Hong Kong being one of them, is still ahead of us. May I close by saying that ASEAN remains open to our friends here in Hong Kong, Malaysia of course. We will still believe in your great proposition as the premier gateway to Asia and to China. So I trust this summit will help to ensure that the ties that bind us prevail and grow in the years ahead. So thank you, and I wish you all a most productive summit ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tengku Safrul Aziz. Thank you. Now we will turn to Laos, where we will hear from His Excellency Putanupib Saisombat, Deputy Minister of Finance of Laos People's Democratic Republic. Please join me in welcoming Deputy Saisombat.
Good morning to all to you. Mr. Park Parama, Secretary of State, the Ministry of Tourists of Kingdom of Cambodia. Catherine So, Chief Executive, South China Post, Chair of the Hong Kong and ASEAN Foundation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to invite me to participate on this ASEAN Hong Kong Summit 2004. I am delighted to be here, so I wish thanks to Hong Kong and its people for warm welcome and wonderful hospitality. This year's Lao People Democratic Republic is holding ASEAN Chairmanship, with focusing on the promoting the building of ASEAN community, strengthening and broad connectivity and resilience. Under the theme of ASEAN enhancing connectivity and resilience, Lao People Democratic Republic also join ASEAN member states in promoting cooperation in our own three pillars of the community to narrow developing gap in ASEAN, promoting infrastructure and connectivity, economic integration, and people-to-people exchange, as well as maintaining its central role in the regional architecture and strengthening the relationship with the partner. Connectivity between ASEAN and Hong Kong is a comprehensive partnership to deepening and expanding our relationship, and cooperation of fully relies on the potential for the mutual benefit and prosperity of our people and entire region by driving cooperation across key areas such as green finance, trade and commerce, innovation and technology, logistics, academic research and cultural exchange. ASEAN and Hong Kong recognize each other as a critical and indispensable partner in the realizing on our prospective vision. Hong Kong is highly developed territory, which is ASEAN close and valued neighbor with its well-known robust financial infrastructure, technology innovation, commercial posts. While ASEAN is a region on its different market, verifying economic development and diverse culture, making it own the most competitive region in the world today. ASEAN is also the major global hub of manufacturing and trade, as well as one of the fastest growing consumer markets in the world. ASEAN diversified offer investors a wide range of opportunities and expand list of possibility. Investors find complementary among ASEAN mix of market. There is a room for the small, medium, or large enterprise. There is a long list of possible industries to go into depending on the country's strength and needs. Most ASEAN member states decide to special economic zone to attract investors, create a job, and increasing export earning. In Laos, PDR, special economic zone, have been developed since 2002. They are expected to be one of the leading drive force for economic development and modernizing the countries. Up to date, 12 special economic zone has been developed throughout the countries. The Laos People's Democratic Republic is located in the heart of the Southeast Asia, surrounding by fastest-growing export-oriented countries such as China, Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar and Cambodia. In the GMS, connectivity through the East-West economic and North-South economic corridors make it the ideal locale for the business. Its political stability, the population working age, abundant natural resources, low risk of natural disaster, transportation benefit by sharing border with the 5 countries, a new railway link from Laos to China and ultimately to the Southeast Asia countries should further provide the great opportunity to cross-border trade and investment. Special economic zone for the Laos have been momentum to become an even stronger base for the manufacturing, production, trade, and investment in the near future. Laos government is increasingly tied its economic fortune to economic integration of ASEAN and export-led development has been prioritized a digital economy, logistics, green growth, and more sustained development. We welcome both domestic and foreign investments as we seek to keep growth rate high and credit from the least developed country status by 2026. Last August, Hong Kong Chief Executive Mr. John Lee had led a delegate and business to Laos. We highly appreciate this visit as it's a remarkable step in the strengthening of the cooperation between Laos and Hong Kong. We look forward to cooperating and learning from the Hong Kong success as well as welcome the investor from Hong Kong. Lastly, Hong Kong-ASEAN should be continued and partnership to cooperation and investment. I have a bright additional future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Putanupip Saisambat. Next, we'll have our ministerial keynote from the Kingdom of Cambodia. Please welcome His Excellency Prag Panara, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Welcome.
Excellency Sambat, Deputy Minister of Finance of Laos PDR, Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Sok Soken, Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and my own behalf, it gives me great pleasure to attend the third edition of the ASEAN Hong Kong Summit with the same building a thriving partnership for prosperous together in this beautiful morning. I wish to commend the Hong Kong SAR for initiating this ASEAN Hong Kong Summit for the third time since 2022, which makes possible the gathering of policymakers, business leaders, and entrepreneurs from Hong Kong, mainland China, and the ASEAN to share experiences and perspectives and to discuss opportunities to map the way forward in unlocking the new paths for economic growth for both regions. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia, with its rich cultural heritage, breathtaking landscape, and warm hospitality, stand as a beacon of opportunity in Southeast Asia. Our nation is renowned for its iconic Angkor Wat, the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the serene beauty of Tonle Sap Lake, and the vibrant charm of Phnom Penh capital city and Siem Reap province. These assets, coupled with our commitment to sustainable tourism and development, position Cambodia as a unique and compelling destination for travelers worldwide. For instance, in 2023, Cambodia received 5.45 million international tourists, an increase of about 140% compared to 2022. And for the first 7 months of 2024, Cambodia welcomed approximately 3.74 million international arrivals, an increase of 23.2%, among which there were about 463 and 980 Chinese tourists, an increase of 45.7% compared to the same period of 2023. Under the 7th legislature, the Royal Government of Cambodia, under the leadership of Samdech Mahabawor Theppaday, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, the Royal Government has introduced the Pentagonal Strategy Phase 1 for growth, employment, equity, efficiency, and sustainability with 5 key priorities: people, road, water, electricity, and technology. The strategy centers on the openness for investment and connectivity. The relationship between Cambodia and Hong Kong is a sharing example of the potential for collaboration. From January to July of this year, trade volume between our region exceeded $346 million, marking a 51% increase from the previous year. This growth is not just in number, but in the breadth of our cooperation. This relationship has been heightened up by the recent visit of Excellency John Lee, CEO of Hong Kong-Asean to Cambodia. The meeting between Samdech Mahabawor Theppaday Honmanat, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and Excellency John Lee, achieving the signing of certain agreements to bolster trade, investment, and tourism. These agreements span air services, banking, finance, technology, and more, paving the way for a closer, more integrated partnership. Samdech Prime Minister and Excellency Xi also agreed to examine the feasibility of increasing the number of direct flights from Hong Kong to Siem Reap, the cultural province of Cambodia. Furthermore, the Hong Kong Trade Development Council will open a new consultant office in Phnom Penh this year to enhance connection with local communities. Similarly, our Asian community, with its collective strengths, shared value, and interconnected economies, offers a solid foundation for collaborative efforts. Asian collective vision of prosperity and integration provides a strategic framework for enhancing regional tourism and facilitating cross-border travel. Various activities have been implemented to attain the goal of Asian connectivity through Asian strategic plans, especially the Asian Tourism Strategic Plan 2016-2025. The economic ties between ASEAN and Hong Kong are substantial and growing. The ASEAN-Hong Kong Free Trade Agreement and the ASEAN-Hong Kong Investment Agreement, which came into force in 2019, have further solidified this relationship. Tourism is another vital area of cooperation. In 2023, Hong Kong welcomed 34 million visitors, with around 2.4 million coming from Asian countries. By fostering greater awareness and direct connections, we can significantly increase the flow of tourists between our regions, enriching our cultural exchanges and economic ties. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities for collaboration between Cambodia, ASEAN, and Hong Kong are vast, whether through enhancing trade, fostering innovation, or deepening people-to-people connection. The path forward is one of mutual benefits and shared prosperity. Hong Kong's strategic position as a global financial and trading center makes it an invaluable partner in realizing tourism potential of Cambodia as well as ASEAN. By leveraging Hong Kong's status as an aviation and travel hub, we can significantly enhance connectivity between Cambodia as well as ASEAN and global markets. Joint efforts in improving flight routes, streamlining visa processes, and promoting seamless travel experiences can boost tourist flows and foster economic growth. Hong Kong enterprises can play a key role in developing integrated tourism offerings that leverage this connectivity. By creating multi-country travel packages, promoting cross-border tourism, and investing in regional tourism infrastructure, Hong Kong can help transform Cambodia and the whole ASEAN into attractive destination for global travelers. The integration of technology and digital innovation can revolutionize our tourism sectors, from smart tourism solutions and digital marketing strategies to data-driven insights and personalized travel experiences. Hong Kong technological expertise can greatly enhance Cambodia as well as Asian tourism infrastructure and services. Hong Kong's leadership in technology and finance can drive the digital transformation of Cambodia and other Asian countries' tourism sector. The collaboration between public and private sectors is essential for sustainable tourism development. Asian governments are eager to work with Hong Kong investors and companies to create public-private partnerships that drive tourism growth. These partnerships can focus on areas such as tourism, infrastructure, skill development, and sustainable practices. By aligning the strengths of both institutions and private enterprises, we can build a resilient and thriving tourism industry that benefits all stakeholders. So the Royal Government of Cambodia has just established the Cambodia Tourism Marketing and Promotion Board, led by His Excellency Soksoken, Minister of Tourism, as the chairman. And this tourism board is a key mechanism for public and private partnerships. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities for collaboration between Cambodia as well as ASEAN and Hong Kong in the tourism sector are immense. By working together, we can create a future where our collective strengths are harnessed to build a more prosperous, sustainable, and interconnected region. Thus, I would like to encourage all stakeholders to embrace these opportunities and to engage in meaningful collaboration that will shape the future of tourism in our region. Together, we can build a vibrant, sustainable, and prosperous tourism industry that benefits all stakeholders, fosters economic growth, and enhances the cultural and natural heritage of our region. I would like to reaffirm our commitment to strengthening the ties between Cambodia and Hong Kong and the broader Asian region. The future is bright, and by working together, we can achieve remarkable success. Let us continue to build on the foundation we have laid and create a prosperous future for all. As this year, Cambodia has launched the campaign Visit Siem Reap Year 2024, Cambodia-China Year of People-to-People Exchanges, and the first Cambodia-India Tourism Year, as well as the celebration Sea Festival from 13 to 15 December 2024 in Kampot Province. I wish to invite everyone here to visit Cambodia in the near future. I would like to conclude by extending my best wishes to Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. May you have good health, prosperity, and success in your endeavors. I thank you very much.
Next, for your future. Cambodia. Next experience. Next adventure. discovery. Next, inspiration. Your next destination, Cambodia, Kingdom of Wonder.
Thank you once again to His Excellency Prague Panera and for also bringing that wonderful video to us, and also to our other two ministers for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to draw your attention to the South China Morning Post's new platform named SCMP Plus, a premium news platform focused on decoding China with curated analysis, fact sheets, opinion, and more. It has been built for business leaders and China watchers just like you who want to stay abreast of China's policies, society, and economy. I understand there's a QR code coming up on the screen right now. You can scan this QR code to redeem your 1-month free trial to get instant access to all Plus content and features. So there's the QR code on the side screens. Feel free to take a second to scan that. You'll get a 1-month free trial to get instant access to all Plus content and features. We'll now take a short networking break. Please go outside, stretch your legs, have some good conversations, make some lasting relationships. Let's be back in here to start again at 10:35. Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We see that everyone is enjoying the coffee break, making new friends, meeting up with old ones, but it is time to start our program once again. The summit continues now, so at this time we would invite all of you to make your way back into the ballroom. And once again, a reminder to switch your cell phones back to silent or vibrate mode. So please move your way back into the ballroom for the start of the second half. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10:35, so it is time to start our next session. At this time, we would invite you to come back into the ballroom. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the ballroom and be seated. We will be beginning immediately. Thank you very much. Hello once again, everybody. Welcome back. We move on now to our plenary roundtable. ASEAN, a treasure trove of opportunities for Hong Kong, where industry leaders will discuss the immense potential for cross-regional collaboration. Before we start our discussion of the day, I would like to remind our virtual and in-person audience, so we have a virtual audience as well, that we welcome you to ask questions. There is a QR code that's coming up. Just scan the QR code on the screen or on any of the tables to try to submit your questions. Our moderators will bring those questions into the discussion where appropriate. This session will be moderated by Eugene Tang, Managing Editor, Business and Projects of South China Morning Post. Our panelists are Dr. Adrian Cheng Chi Gong, SBS JP, Chief Executive Officer of New World Development Company Limited. Raphael Konsing, President and CEO of Mahalika Investment Corporation. Christine Ip, Managing Director and Head of Group Strategic Communications and Brand of UOB, Chief Executive Officer of Greater China UOB. And also Dato Seri Chia Chang Hai, Co-Chairman and Co-Chief Investment Officer of Value Partners Group. Eugene is already on stage with us. Eugene, let me turn things over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody? Great. Today we have spoken a lot about the elaborate investment and economic ties between Hong Kong and ASEAN. So today, this morning on stage, we have 4 very eminent persons who will help us uncover, hopefully, some of the opportunities within this treasure trove that is the relationship between Hong Kong and ASEAN. I want to start with the gentleman on the far side, Dato Sri Chia Cheng Hai, who, like me, is a Malaysian, who started his career as a journalist as well. 50 years ago, he came to Hong Kong to work as a journalist. Unlike me, who's still stuck with my potty, he found his pots of gold. and moved on to float the first asset management firm on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Now, Dr. Sri Chia, it's been exactly half a century since you set foot in Hong Kong. I wanted to ask you, what was Hong Kong like in 1974 compared with Hong Kong in 2024, and what has changed? What are the attractiveness, and whether those attractiveness have changed from your perspective?
Thank you, Eugene, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I actually arrived in Hong Kong in 1974, and I was actually a journalist at that time, just like you said. I worked in the Far Eastern Economic Review and the Asian Wall Street Journal. And Hong Kong in those days obviously was a British colony with very small government, very much a can-do spirit. And a large part of the Hong Kong population had come here, migrated here, legal or illegally, from the mainland of the country. So that Hong Kong was much less structured, much more freewheeling, and was really a very capitalistic kind of place, each man for himself. And there was a lot of what we call animal spirits. Yeah. Today, of course, Hong Kong is a much more, very different. It's been reunited with China, recovered by China, and it operates under a system called one country, two systems. So I would say that this is a quite different place from when I first came. Yeah.
Christine, welcome. You are also a perfect embodiment of the relationship between Hong Kong and ASEAN. You are a Hong Konger who now works for a Singapore bank, UOB, and which is positioning itself as the ASEAN bank. I was in fact in Ho Chi Minh City last week, where you had your Gateway to ASEAN conference. From your perspective as a banker, which provides you with a front row seat in witnessing the growth and collaboration between Hong Kong and ASEAN, what are the hottest sectors where you see cross-border collaboration and investments?
Well, definitely, I think the hot buzzword this day is talking about China plus one, and definitely ASEAN for the whole population is actually have grown significantly. And ASEAN and China, the connectivity flow between 2020 to 2023, the 4 years, actually grew 34%, whereby just within the intra-regional flow for ASEAN is already 31, versus the US trade, the global trade, is only less than 27%. So you can see the magnitude of growth, and we see a lot of potential, definitely, whereby I think definitely the top number one is manufacturing and financial services. And secondly, we see more professional services that is coming along. And thirdly, which is very, very logical, people will start to talk about sustainability, the need for renewable energy, and these are the areas we definitely see is an opportunity that we can play. And Hong Kong being an international financial center, and just talk about one country, two system, that we, with the support and the hinterland of China, definitely this international financial center definitely can add a lot of values to ASEAN. So we can talk more later.
Right. Mr. Kon Sing, welcome, and Mabuhay. Can you explain for us what Maharlika Investment Corporation is, and how Hong Kong can play a role in helping ASEAN access capital markets?
Thank you very much for inviting me here. Well, Maharlika was established to be the collaborative vehicle of the government in being able to attract capital into the Philippines. If you look at basically our GDP, it's been really driven by personal consumption and government expenditures. And only about 20 to 24% of the entire economy is really driven by private capital or capital formation, of which about close, maybe just below 3% in terms of the contribution of FDI. So hence, it is really a good vehicle for us to be able to either co-invest or other funds can actually co-invest through us in entering the Philippine market.
All right, you are a sovereign wealth fund. right?
Yes, we are indeed.
At the moment, you are focusing on domestic investments, or?
Yes, just by way of context, one of the things that differentiates us from other sovereign wealth funds is, unlike other sovereign wealth funds that you see across the globe, they're funded by windfall gains coming either from resources or many other sources. In our case, we don't have such. And hence, we were basically seeded by 2 government banks, and we're also going to be seeded by dividends coming from the central bank payable to the Philippines, and also coming from the gaming revenues of the Philippines. So therefore, what we've decided that during its nascent stage, we will steer the fund as a national development fund, and hence focus inwardly, take on intergenerational perspective, and also a very collaborative vehicle.
Right. Some people describe sovereign wealth funds as patient capital, because you're really thinking about the very long term. Dr. Adrian Chen here, of course, is a man who wears many hats. Today you're wearing the hat as the head of the Hong Kong Academy of Wealth Legacy, which is an organization that focuses on patient capital. In which specific areas can Hong Kong and ASEAN work together in this aspect of patient capital, and how can the Academy facilitate this collaboration?
Lately, I think we see a lot of demand in philanthropy and social impact investments needs in Hong Kong, and both Hong Kong, mainland, and also ASEAN. So for the Hong Kong Wealth Academy Legacy of Institute, we have established a philanthropy alliance called iLink, Impact Link. And Impact Link is an alliance where we group all different partnerships around different ASEAN countries and form an alliance where we not only share knowledge, exchange ideas, but also share deals, share a lot of social impact investment deals. So our partnerships varies from anyone from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Fondation de France. We have EDAN Foundation, the Jockey Club Hong Kong, and we are attracting more different types of philanthropy entities from global to participate in this partnership. And every Legacy Summit that we host, we will have a session where we are sharing all these social impact deals to all family offices globally.
Right. In fact, you are going to have a philanthropy summit this afternoon, right?
Yes.
Would you mind sharing a little bit about what's?
So this afternoon, the theme is actually in philanthropy and also social impact investment. So I will be moderating one session talking about how the succession planning for families in Hong Kong. And then we have a lot of workshops for family offices. And this will be one very interesting session too, to be introducing a lot of Hong Kong entrepreneurs to the family office globally as well. But the main theme will be on philanthropy and also on social impact investment.
Right. I'm going to throw this question to the panel. When we talk about Hong Kong-ASEAN collaboration, the implication is often to use Hong Kong as a stepping stone or launching pad or whatever you call it into mainland China, which is the world's second largest economy and biggest consumer market. The implication is always to use Hong Kong as a stepping stone. But what are some of the ways for ASEAN's startups and companies to make use of Hong Kong? So in terms of capital raising, anyone?
Well, I think this question logically comes to me as a banker. So definitely there's a lot of avenues that they can come along. And I think the Hong Kong government, or through various channels, through the government, Invest Hong Kong, or even at our Hong Kong Science Park, there's a lot of opening and opportunity that Hong Kong also want at this juncture. We all very openly knows that we have to reimagine ourselves. And as such, to have this young coming along, the startups, they can really be able to capture opportunities. I think Adrian just rightly pointed out there's a lot of PE funds, venture funds, long history here, and definitely Shanghai also mentioned long experience. So the funding is here. The capital pool is still biggest, I think, in Hong Kong, bigger than Southeast Asia. And in that case, a lot of these Southeast Asian startup and smaller coming, and then that's how they can come along and explore. I think this is very much the same as 40 years ago when China first started up. And I think just the wave now flows from the south back to here and vice versa. I think these are the opportunity. The capital assets, the digital economy that is available right now, 80% of the populations in Southeast Asia, they are pretty prompt, and this is according to the BCG reports, and they're prompt to use digital. They are much younger, the population. We are facing aging, but they are younger. So in that case, they're very used to just use the phone to do transact. And also this is because of that, we as a bank, we also provide solutions and internet solutions platform, so that it's easy for them to convey and communicate and transact online. I think these are the opportunities that Hong Kong can play with our developed capital, connect to China, and link to the rest of the world. And more importantly, as of today, Hong Kong dollar is pegged to US dollar. Yes, very expensive, but it's also because that's helped us to make it truly easily transact and connect to the rest of the world.
I have a follow-up question. You talked about the connection between Hong Kong and mainland China. Of course, in the capital markets, there are all these mechanisms known as Connect, the Stock Connect, Bond Connect, that allows the capital markets between Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Shenzhen to be connected, right? I'm wondering whether fundraising in Hong Kong poses a competition to the capital markets of ASEAN, or is it more of a collaborative effort? Because if you have a startup in, say, Indonesia, it is only probably reasonable to expect that Jakarta Stock Exchange would very much want to host an IPO of such a startup. So does Hong Kong necessarily become the competition, or is there a collaborative aspect that can lie behind it?
I don't like to compete. And to be honest, I also encourage the Hong Kong government, please don't compare. I think we have our own uniqueness, and we have such a long, deep history of capital market, and we should collaborate and complementary to Southeast Asia. Yes, I think the startup probably maybe is the hometown, it's easier to raise fund. Lazenda, I know you are here today. It's easier, people understand your name versus maybe Alibaba in North Asia. But however, I would say that the opportunity for dual listing, and more importantly, I think today, where are the major, easier assets? Sorry, it's actually not the public market. It's the private market. It's the private equity. Actually, had already snapped the majority of the early wins. I think, yeah, probably the sovereign funds, everybody is available, the family offices, everybody's looking at that. And then we play complementary, and always there's no limit for dual listing. And I think by thinking along that line, people will not see it's either or, but why not is 1 + 1 = 3.
Thank you, Christine. What about technology incubation? Mr. Konsing, you are involved in strategic investments for strategic sectors, in emerging industries. What are your thoughts on how Hong Kong and ASEAN can work together on incubating future technologies?
You know, if you look at the requirements of the Philippines, particularly, our game changer is actually not in terms of the new technology that we bring in. In fact, it's significantly more basic than that. If you look at our population, roughly about 53% of our population actually lives in rural areas. So therefore, the game changer for them is actually not technology. The game changer for them would be electricity and broadband. Right? And once we're able to roll out electricity and broadband in these rural areas, we will then be able to crowd in capital wholesale as opposed to crowding in capital into specific companies. That basically is the strategy of Maharlika. Now, in respect to how we can work together with Hong Kong, there are two things. So Christine mentioned about being able to tap into the large pool of capital in Hong Kong, which is, I think, very useful for us. But equally important would be the experience. because this is an amalgamation of many experiences, financial experiences, coming from different countries, all amalgamated into Hong Kong. And what we'd like to be able to do is draw upon those experiences and learn from them, apart from also being able to tap into the capital markets.
Right. Hong Kong is trying to be a hub for many things. A hub for family offices, a hub for regional headquarters, and so on and so forth. The chief executive this morning mentioned that, of course, Hong Kong is the only common law jurisdiction in China. I am wondering, for companies within Southeast Asia, within ASEAN, does Hong Kong have what it takes to be the regional headquarters, or is it a case of you're based in Manila, just go straight into China, set up the office in China and operate from Manila? Is there a need for a regional headquarters, so to speak?
To my mind, yes, at some point in time. Maybe not just yet, because we're still in startup stage, but the answer is yes. At some point in time, the intention is for us to be establishing regional offices as and when it's required.
Right. More broadly speaking, Christine or Dato Sri Chia, what do you think? Do you think Hong Kong has all that it takes to be the regional headquarters hub?
I think so. I mean, just by looking at the situation, Hong Kong's stock market, for example, has 3 times the trading volume of all the key ASEAN stock markets combined together. So we have the liquidity. That is very important for fundraising. And I think quite a number of Southeast Asian companies have set up branches or representative offices here to take advantage of that. But just for the purpose of our meeting today, because it's really about Hong Kong-ASEAN, I just want to briefly touch on a subject that is seldom mentioned in such conferences. I refer here to that Hong Kong itself can learn from the struggles of our neighbors in Southeast Asia to build stable societies and to take care of their people's livelihoods and aspirations. Because I think national security, economic success, and social political stability are interdependent factors. You cannot focus on one and ignore the others. So I would say that, Hong Kong, really, we are ex-colony of the UK. So are many countries in South Asia. Former British colonies include Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and we have some shared experiences. So simply by looking at the way they handled the transition from colonial rule, we can learn many things. So I don't want to just focus on business, investment, trade. This follows on, but the building block of society is really political stability and lessons learned from how some of the Southeast Asian countries were successful, some perhaps a little bit less successful in handling their transition from colonialism to independence. In my opinion, the key lessons from Southeast Asia that's relevant to Hong Kong and to the People's Republic of China as a sovereign power include the following. Southeast Asian success stories tend to come from those with strong rule of law, relatively low level of corruption, and what I call democracy with safeguards, by which I mean not Western-style liberal democracy, which has been shown to become very populist and doesn't work well in an Asian environment, but more democracy that has checks and balances on populism and the abuse of the popular vote. But on the other hand, I think Hong Kong, we already have many of the ingredients that make for success, including we have very strong rule of law, corruption-free government. What we are still lacking compared to the success stories of Southeast Asia could be universal suffrage. And in fact, the National People's Congress in 2014 proposed this for Hong Kong, but it was rejected by the local legislature. I know that Hong Kong now is going through a very difficult phase. I think we have been struggling since 1997, when the British left and Hong Kong became an SAR of China, to we're suffering an identity crisis. An identity crisis as well as perhaps foreign interference in our domestic affairs were key factors in the social unrest of 2019 and forced us to focus a lot on national security. I think it's time to move on from that to focus on issues relating to people's livelihood, relating to social political stability, national identity. I was born and raised in Malaysia. We were struggling in the 60s because Malaysia became independent in 1957. Two examples. At one time, both Malaysia and Indonesia actually banned Caucasian models in advertising and TV because they don't want people with blonde hair and blue eyes to be the role model, the benchmark for what is supposed to be pretty or beautiful in human beings. Another time, the Malaysian government launched a campaign when we were kids to tell us that we should love pineapples and mangoes and papayas, because at that time there was a bias that fruits from cold countries like apples and oranges were better, maybe because they're more expensive. So over time, we discovered a national identity. So these are crucial building blocks of societies in transition. And I think if we don't do the transition well, there's much less for us to talk about in terms of trade, investment, and economic progress. So that's what I want to add to this conference. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you. Christine?
Yeah, can I? Thank you so much, especially being just introduced, homegrown, born in Hong Kong, grew up in Hong Kong, educated in Hong Kong. But I also want to take this opportunity to think that because Hong Kong, actually, there are two elements we haven't mentioned. We're still having one of the lowest corporate and personal tax rate in the world, and very simple tax rate. And as the rest of the world, there's a lot of sales tax, very high corporate tax, all kinds of very complicated systems. But with this simple structure, actually continue to attract investment in, and easier for us to invest out when the profit is booked here. And also, the Hong Kong government is trying very hard, and also do some advertisement for Adrian later on. The family offices, the law to set up family offices is so aggressive. In the banking system, we really start to see there are more funds actually coming back to Hong Kong. So the situation is actually not as bad. The other thing is, do you realize, and we are still, despite all these challenges, we are still having 5 of the top 100 universities in the world actually in Hong Kong. And the top 30 of which we saw Hong Kong U, the Hong Kong UST, the Chinese universities, Polytech, they are all top universities. And these are the universities that we also attract ASEAN talents coming in. So for us, for me, I offer scholarship to Chinese university targeting the ASEAN students coming over. Yesterday night I have a dinner actually with some professors, and they mentioned to me that they are now actually seeing Thai, Vietnam, top students coming to study in Hong Kong. So I also encourage our Hong Kong students to go abroad, be it to Singapore, to China, to study, so that we can be a true global citizens, rather than just zoom into our own lens. So if we truly believe in opening up, don't just think other are the lesser brother of us, and then take on this open mindset, I think Hong Kong still have a lot to contribute, representing China to the rest of the world as a gateway, as very deep international financial center, with all of you sitting here, coming from, we have professors from Cambridge, from Oxford, but I believe is Asian Chinese, and we also have a lot of Hong Kongers and a lot of ASEAN expertise here who lived here. And we have to ask ourselves why we decided to continue to stay in Hong Kong. And if we have this kind of mindset, I think still Hong Kong have a lot to contribute for ASEAN and vice versa.
All right, thank you, Christine. We have spoken a lot about, we've heard a lot about the economic collaboration between Hong Kong and ASEAN, right? 1/3 of trade relations, one of the biggest economic blocs. But what are some of the checklists that we still need to get through, to borrow Tunku Zafro's speech earlier? What are some of the checklists of things we need to get through to really bring the two together, closer together? Anyone? Some problems that we need to resolve? Would you like to start? Yeah, try.
Just to briefly, it's only my personal opinion as someone who stayed here for more than half my life. I think the problems we face in Hong Kong require a political solution. The Hong Kong government keeps talking about the need for innovation and reform, but it seems to me that they mean scientific technology type solutions. But I think the underlying solution we need is to make political decisions how we can achieve a sustainably, stable society. Yeah, because the success stories of our Southeast Asian neighbors, we really can learn from them. We are neighbors, and they went through the transition just like we are doing now, but we are very late on the stage. Malaysia became independent in 1957, actually. The success stories are mainly about social engineering, political reforms, and post-colonial system upgrades to upgrade social cohesion and dynamism. And on the mainland of China themselves, they used to worship the West, frankly. But I think they have discovered their own national identity, their own national pride, and they are increasingly admired around the world. There's no substitute for that kind of a transition. We'll get there, but the faster we get to it, the better off we would be. Only a personal opinion.
Right. Let me shift gears slightly. One of the lessons we learned from the very painful experience of the COVID pandemic was how the global supply chains have shifted from what we used to call just-in-time business model championed by the Japanese manufacturers into what we now call just-in-case supply chains, where almost every major company needs Plan B, possibly Plan C and Plan D. Southeast Asia, of course, has featured prominently as beneficiaries of this Plan B for many manufacturers. What role can Hong Kong play in such a shift? Anyone?
Yeah, intuitively, it would basically be the central area from which coordination can be done. Again, as basically many of these companies begin reshoring or even friendly shoring, to my mind, it still requires basically an area from which it can be controlled, and I think Hong Kong can play that role.
I see. Okay, and it's also important to point out that Hong Kong and ASEAN, in fact, signed a free trade agreement in 2018, and also an investment agreement in the same year. Now, the provisions are very complex and varied, but in the simplest sense, zero tariff within 3 years, and cutting tariffs on some of the most sensitive products to 10% within 20 years from 2018. So that means by 2038, even the most sensitive goods that will trade between ASEAN and Hong Kong will be taxed at no more than 10%. What opportunity would that offer for businesses and investors?
Well, I guess it's very clear, just I mentioned about the pandemic experience, and the buzzword, when I first started, we talk about the China Plus One. But it's not just a buzzword, it's really true. I think the opportunity for a lot of Hong Kong-based companies, Chinese companies as well, and ASEAN is a very new, fast-growing economy in totality. And as I mentioned earlier on, the populations are very young, and by having this free trade agreement, is first lower our cost of operation, and quickly it's opened our market access. In the past 40 years, thanks to Dr. Ching Hai, as Charles just mentioned, the Hong Kong company is very used to easy money. Property development, just go to China. And actually, I talked to a lot of them. They have no interest at all to come into ASEAN. Today, if you think about you want to open in a market, and ASEAN is come along as very friendly, and they are digital savvy. And in that case, the cost of engagement is way lower already. So your manufacturing is lower, you can have bigger access for your new markets, and the good things about Hong Kong are still coming back to the financial markets that is so readily available. But we also need to reimagine ourselves. Going into sustainability, going into renewable energy is not talking. And how ready the government, we are trying to do, but our has our effort been bold enough, be able to welcome the ASEAN investments to come here, to invest, to do R&D, and make it relevant? I think that is very important for us in the sustainable renewable energy sector.
I just want to emphasize that as a former journalist and now a fund manager, business is really about people. People, people, people. Here, Hong Kong has incredible strengths. Hong Kong is the only major city that is within, I think, 5 hours flying distance from all major ASEAN capitals and from all major Chinese cities. It's the only one within 5 hours. And Hong Kong has made remarkable progress in terms of people-to-people relationships. This year, 2024, has been designated the ASEAN-China people-to-people year. And it's been translated into real action, including increasingly visa-free travel between ASEAN states and China and Hong Kong, educational exchanges. And among all Chinese cities, Hong Kong is highly differentiated because of its different historical background. We have great universities that have been taking in what, to me, is an astonishing number of students from ASEAN. And many of them choose to stay here after they graduate and contribute to the society. For instance, I think there are anywhere between 16,000 to 22,000 Malaysians in Hong Kong doing professional work, such as yourself, Eugene. So I think people exchanges first, business will follow. I'm very confident.
Right, speaking of people exchanges, Hong Kong passports are entitled to 5 visa-free visits to 5 ASEAN members. I believe 4 visa upon landing, and 2 require e-visas. So maybe that's one place we can start. Let's open this to questions from the audience. Now, there are a couple of QR codes on the side of the projector. So if you want to ask a question, please scan the QR code and you can ask a question. I have a question from a member of the audience, and this inevitably comes up whenever we talk about Hong Kong and ASEAN. As Singapore is a key member of ASEAN, which has the resources to access most markets in non-ASEAN as well as China, what are the distinct advantages Hong Kong can offer to the world? In other words, Hong Kong versus Singapore. I'm going to put Christine on the spot here.
Remember, I said I dare to say I hate people compare. Yeah, what's the point of comparing? And I was still saying that Singapore is the bigger brother, okay, as a financial hub for ASEAN, and a lot of assets because of the history as well. So essentially, they are cousins, but different on a different basis. Hong Kong is in North Asia. We are also a key with the hinterland of China, and we are the only city in China that are truly internationalized. Our currency is here. The Hong Kong dollar is still internationally convertible, and Hong Kong, even with the recent years of challenges, our capital market pool is still way bigger than Southeast Asia. And Singapore is foreign exchange, I think is the top 4 in the world, bigger than Hong Kong, deeper than Hong Kong. So can the 2 markets interplay, complement each other, or even explore dual listing, and rather than we say that we compete with each other? In Singapore, there are a few very good universities. In Hong Kong, we also have equally very good ones. So it's all up to, I keep encouraging the younger people, the startup, when they come, you do explore, and also trying to find some time to stay in 2 different cities, or even in the 2 countries. Going to China is so big. Or I also keep encouraging the Hong Kong folks to go to, not beyond China, come down to go to Thailand, to Indonesia, to Vietnam. Vietnam is actually coming along. Well, we just talked about last week, Gateway in ASEAN. Vietnam actually very similar to China 20 years ago. People are very hungry. More and more of them can speak English. And there is a huge opportunity. If we always just feel sad sitting here without looking beyond Hong Kong, I think that is the challenge. But if we believe the world is bigger, and there will be a lot of opportunities we can bring in and continue to serve the world.
Thank you, Christine. I believe we have a question here.
Shall I just shout? Okay. Hi, I'm Brian. I'm an assistant professor at University of Hong Kong, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I just want to pick up on what Christine and also Dr. Chia mentioned just then about the importance of getting the youth to go out there. Because it strikes me that when we speak of Hong Kong-ASEAN relations, we often neglect the important role played by our future generations and our next generations. So what are the reforms needed to our education system, to our youth policy, and above all, to the way we conceptualize and think about our next generations to ensure that they're genuinely well-equipped for the ASEAN century, if not beyond? Thank you very much.
I want to catch these questions. I strongly recommend, so as an alum for Hong Kong U and Hong Kong USD, and I also actively speak in various universities in the world. And I really encourage our people to go out, as I said, to do at least an exchange. Or in some of the international school, or maybe the locals should explore. Apart from bringing the students to China, of course right now is #1 priority, so that they have this sense of nationalism and patriotism. But it's also very important for them to go to Southeast Asia. And one thing I will be very honest, as a Cantonese, I feel a little bit ashamed as compared to my Singaporean or even Malaysian fellow friends. They can speak many dialects. And when you have been able to speak many dialects, or even Teochew, then you go to Thailand, then easily can connect with them. And it is building people-to-people relationship, understanding and get to know them when both are young, okay? A lot of my fellow friends who actually study in China for a degree, and now when they're in business, it's way easier. I mean, people is an animal with emotions. I think that is so important. And of course, we have a lot of Malaysians here. So the Malaysian Chamber, the businessmen here really support their young people and encourage them to come to study in Hong Kong. And by doing that, when they mature, when they graduated, then they will think about whether I want to stay here. And even when they go back home to contribute, they will also have a different lens. I think this is something I urge the Hong Kong government could do more. And one final piece is, I always envy the Singapore government have this scholarship program for their top student to study abroad, but mandatory have to come back to serve the government for 6 years. I think it's so important. Why can't we allow our top students in Hong Kong go to study globally, anywhere, give them a scholarship, but ask them to come back to serve the city or even the country? And is that available? I don't think so.
Is this something maybe the private sector can play a role in, or even the Hong Kong Academy of Wealth and Legacy? Is this something that you can do?
You mean talent development?
Talent development, support people-to-people exchange?
We are serving all the second generations for our Legacy Institute. And what we do is we bring in a lot of different types of talents around the world, especially in ASEAN, into specific workshops on specific topics. So I think, yes, for private sector-wise, I think if my business is ASEAN, then of course I have to develop the talent in Hong Kong and send them over there. But the key, I think, is the mentality. So I think currently a lot of Hong Kong youth has a mindset that is a little bit more parochial. And what we think is a little bit more inside. And I think what we need is not just exchange or not just internship, but actual projects on the ground in specific countries, and let them own it, and let them fail, and let them understand how do you develop the resources in that region.
Well, that relates to the point that Dr. Sri Chia made at the beginning of the panel. So we've come to the end of the panel. We have run a little bit over time. So, but Dr. Sri Chia has a final point he wants to make.
Supplement Christine's excellent answer to Brian, Professor Brian, which is that I just want to point out very quickly, coming from Southeast Asia, that Hong Kong spends $0 on defense. In Southeast Asia, countries spend a lot of money on defense, on the military, 5 to even more than 5%, 10% of the annual budget, yeah. Hong Kong has got a lot of nice perks that I think the people here are not really appreciating. I think that's a terrible shame, yeah. I hope we should do comparison between what we have here and what the Southeast Asian countries have gone through and draw the appropriate lessons. There's a lot of wealth and treasure there for us to learn, not in terms just of science, business and investment, but in terms of culture and history and struggles to liberate themselves from a colonial mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. Okay, we are coming to the end of these panels. Please feel free to grab our panel members for further discussions and join me in thanking them for sharing their time with us.
All right, another round of applause for our panel members. Thank you, and thank you, Eugene, for moderating for us. At this time, I would invite all of you to stand at the front for a photo, please. Okay, thank you again, Eugene, for moderating for us. Let's, everyone squeeze together. Let's get in front of the tables, and just stand together. Everyone come to your right a little bit. Get closer together. Good. All right, it's a popular photo. Let's look to the center first at our official photographers. Looking at the center, please, at our official photographer. And then look to, there's another photographer. And then let's look to our right side. Our right side, there's a video camera here, right side. Okay, back to the center, official photographer. And then let's look to your left side, please. Look to your left side. Okay, once again, thank you very much to this panel. And thank you, Eugene, again for moderating for us. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Next, we transition to our next panel, which is Unlocking ASEAN's Green Future, Leveraging Hong Kong's Green Financing Expertise. In this session, we'll explore how Hong Kong's green finance sector can help ASEAN countries achieve their climate goals. If you have questions concerning the topic, once again, don't forget to scan the QR code up on the screens right now. As you saw just now with Eugene, he will put that question into the discussion when appropriate, okay? We're pleased to have with us Dr. Au Keng Lun, Executive Director, Board Member of Financial Services Development Council. So please come up to the stage, thank you. Ms. Natalia Ria Lucky Marsudi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Fair Atmos and Deputy Chair of ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Markets. Mr. David Simmons, Chief Strategy, Sustainability and Governance Officer, CLP Group. And Ms. Anita Varshney, Global Vice President, Sustainability, Product Success and Customer Adoption, SAP. We also have a panelist joining us online. It's Iman Rahman, President Director of Indonesia Stock Exchange, IDX. Moderating this panel is Dr. Henny Sender, founder of Apsara Advisory and former managing director at BlackRock. Welcome to our panelists. Dr. Sender, let me hand things over to you. Thank you.
My proudest title is as permanent resident of Hong Kong, especially since I'm originally from America. And given how crazy many parts of the world are, regionalization may be a better thing than globalization, especially bringing Hong Kong and ASEAN closer together. We have very little time, but I just want to give you a brief roadmap. And obviously, Hong Kong is an international financial center, but I want to stress that it's not just an international financial center, and money will flow where there's opportunities. And so keep it closer. Thank you. But the challenge is huge. And BlackRock has prepared something, and I just want to read you one or two things from that before we start, because private sector capital and public sector capital will have to work together more and more. And BlackRock estimates that an investment in the energy transition will require up to $4 trillion a year. And one of the things that they talk about is interdependent objectives, but there are also trade-offs, and we'll be talking about both opportunities and challenges. And one of the things that I've learned by listening to my panel is that people talk about how emerging markets and developed markets have different transition paths and speeds. But I believe, after talking to all of you, that emerging markets may well be the leaders in the energy transition rather than the followers. The first person who is going to speak today is sitting right next to me, and many of you know King. And I've asked him to talk both about green finance and green technologies, because we don't focus enough on where finance goes. And finance is a means, not an end. And I was so encouraged to talk to him and learn about the green technologies that is attracting so-called green finance. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor here to share some of the observations that I want to share. Well, I want to start with green tech first before we talk about green finance, because it really, I have examples of what we just said. Emerging market, or at least latecomers leading the world in terms of green transition. In Hong Kong, we have several local startups that are transforming the renewable energy sector. One of the companies actually was founded by overseas entrepreneurs, but they are actually converting wasted oil into sustainable aviation fuel. The factory is on the mainland. And then we also have another local startup. This is very exciting. They are probably going to evolutionize the whole renewable energy sector. They have come up with material to store liquid hydrogen and can be transported like normal goods. So it is safe and weather versatile. What does it mean? You know, green hydrogen, for that matter, even gas, LNG, is expensive for storage, expensive to transport. With these kind of materials, it's just like a block, a brick, storing liquid hydrogen, transported like normal goods. And more importantly, it addresses a problem that faces the renewable energy sector. That is redundancy. Right? Storing renewable energy can be expensive, and sometimes they're not used during nighttime, for example. Right? So these kind of technologies can help transform the whole renewable energy, using these redundant energies to create green hydrogen. There's another one, coming up with a paint that can reduce heat loss on buildings by at least 50–60%, right? And they actually learned this a technique from ant, right? They survived in hot weather in desert, right? Okay, so that's some of the exciting development. But actually coming back to Hong Kong, Hong Kong really is transforming also into a green tech hub, a green finance hub. In terms of green finance, we account for 37% of the green bond issuance in the region. It's not just that. The government is also trying to use green finance to demonstrate the new application of technology. We are the only government in the world to have issued tokenized green bonds, 2 tranches, Right? The second tranche also set another standard. That's the first multi-currency digital green bond. But in making these transitions, we believe there are 5 key areas we really focus on, like building green technology ecosystem, encouraging companies to apply green finance application and innovation, and obviously certification is important. We need standard. And that's where ISSB comes in. Hong Kong wants to be one of the very first international financial center to adopt ISSB. In fact, Hong Kong Stock Exchange has already made a consultation on that, and we are going to implement that hopefully early next year with local adoption. And there are 2 more issues, quickly. That is connecting with GBA and the rest of the world. Because this is important, it's a global market. Last but not least, talent development. We can talk more about that later.
Let me just ask you one more question before I move to David, all the way at the other end. You talked about multi-currency. You know, we have a very well-developed financial center here, but it's also important that the local ASEAN markets develop their own currency, capital markets and finance in local currencies. Can you talk a little bit about partnerships between Hong Kong? Our stock market is awesome.
Right.
And you know how it can not only be a role model, but with not be a substitute for local capital markets, right? We want to see local capital markets.
Win-win. It's definitely win-win. Financial market is global, but client base is local, right? So in fact, we are in discussion with a couple of ASEAN countries. In fact, I just spoke to Park Dasono a couple of months ago about how Hong Kong can work closely with Indonesia on this ACCM initiative. So that's an example of how Hong Kong can make use of our financial infrastructure to collaborate with our partners in the region to help address some of these problems. One very quick comment, I know we don't have much time, it's carbon trading. Right? We talked about international standard. EU has set a very high standard, but what about developing countries? Right? We need to cater for our own needs. Is it possible to have a regional carbon trading market? For example, that's what I think ACCM is trying to achieve.
Thank you. I'm now going to turn to David. David was kind enough to join this panel at the last minute, because CLP in Hong Kong, we're so proud of our private sector. And there's no company that I think is a better role model for the energy transition than CLP. And David will tell you that they were developing climate action initiatives back in 2007. And at the time, it was seen to be all about risk management and the danger of a coal-producing company looking at stranded assets over time. And he's also made several important points about regional cooperation and bringing their customers up to speed. David, over to you.
Thank you very much, Henny. Yeah, I mean, Henny's given the intro on CLP. I'd just like to elaborate a little bit further on it. We were the first Asia-based power company to set ourselves voluntary decarbonisation targets when in 2007 we first published our Climate Vision 2050. And since then we've progressively met and strengthened our targets with the ultimate goal of becoming net zero by 2050. And as Henny mentioned, that initially began more as a risk management exercise than anything else. But when you stand here today and look at what sort of activities that it promoted inside the organisation, the development of renewable energy and all of the ancillary services and capabilities surrounding that was triggered by our decision back in 2007 to set ourselves voluntary renewable energy targets at a time when renewable energy wasn't profitable. It depended upon government subsidies for a long period of time. And even with the subsidies, relative to alternative investments that we could have made at that time, didn't stack up. So it was a very conscious deliberate, longer-term view of how the world would evolve to address what is still undeniably one of the most significant challenges that the planet faces with climate change. And so as we sit here right now and you look at the forecasts of electricity demand and how it's projected to, on the most conservative of estimates, if the world stays on its current path, double from where it is today by 2050. And the more optimistic forecast, if we're to achieve the Paris Agreement objectives, would see electricity demand globally be 4 times what it is today by 2050. That is an enormous opportunity for a power company. And I think when we look at these sorts of issues, we shouldn't lose sight of the opportunity that stands before all of us from the change that is being created by these big problems that the world is facing. And I think ASEAN is at an interesting juncture in dealing with that. We have a fairly young fleet of thermal power generation in a lot of ASEAN countries. There will need to be a big role from finance, from, I think, the international community to help transition that fleet earlier than what its natural life would otherwise suggest, and help stimulate the development of renewable energy and cleaner power sources. And that's where I think Hong Kong and China have a very significant role to play, because China is such a critical aspect of an affordable energy transition with the supply chains and the capabilities that have been developed over the last couple of decades. And together with the technology developments that King referred to and the finance aspects that are so important to be able to make the economics work for projects, I think there is a huge opportunity for cooperation between not only ASEAN countries, but from China, with Hong Kong being a bridge into ASEAN for those supply chains and finance.
I want to pick up on a few things that you said. And one is, you know, how dynamic the supply and demand are. And we were talking about a thermal plant in Australia. And, you know, they had originally said, well, probably we'll shut that thing by 2028. But can you talk about the challenges there? What do you do when a power plant is the center of a whole community and it shuts down? But also, given the fact that the projections are magnitudes more on demand than even a few years ago. I mean, look at data centers. All of these things that didn't exist, that mean there'll be so much more demand. Can you talk just a bit more on that subject, and then I'll have one final question for you.
Very, very happy to. Yeah, I mean, demand is growing. For a lot of mature economies, we hadn't seen much demand growth for quite some time. But as the power systems decarbonize, the ability for it to encourage other sectors to decarbonize by using electricity comes very much into play. We see that with electric vehicles and the decarbonization that it allows mobility. We're also, as Henny mentioned, seeing the rise of very intensive uses of power driven by generative AI and other applications. So the demand side is growing even in very mature economies like Australia and the US. And at the same time, renewable energy and other forms of cleaner power are being added at a very rapid rate to try and keep up. But the system has to balance. It has to be able to be reliable and affordable for everyone who's taking that power. And the case that Henny was referring to is a power station that we have in our fleet in Australia, which we have an agreement with the Victorian government in Australia to phase out of the system by 2028. And the question that is very much within the media right now is, can the system in Australia afford to have that power station closed in 2028? Will it be able to stand up? That's a whole other question. It will close eventually, and with it goes many, many hundreds of jobs, and in communities that there hasn't traditionally been any other sources of employment. So a very important aspect of how we've approached the task of transition is how we help the workforce transition as well. Some will retire naturally, some will be redeployed to other parts of the business, but there's very much a retraining element to this and an encouragement when we look at how we meet other replacement forms of power, we can do so in that local area to help provide jobs on an ongoing basis for those that need them.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. One final quick question for you is a question that we all have to think about. You know, will there be demand for transition credits, and can the public sector do more to create incentives?
Yeah, well, I think it's a great question. And transition credits could be a very important part of the equation for Southeast Asian countries who wish to have an accelerated decarbonisation pathway. Because as I mentioned, a lot of those thermal power plants are quite young. The real investment has gone into the development of them, expecting a return over a long period of time. So it is not either fair to the country or to the investors in that country to expect that those assets should be closed prematurely and all of the economic pain is borne by the investor. And so that's where transition credits can come in. There is a role for government in providing a cheaper form of finance to help potentially keep investors whole, at least partially. And transition credits are another way, which is to say the emissions avoided by closing those power stations earlier have a value. If there are buyers out there willing to see the value that they provide for climate. And we'll talk about carbon credits in a moment. This is a nuanced form of a carbon credit, but I think a very important one. I think the Singaporean government has made it, I believe, quite plain that they'd be prepared to buy. But that's one government. I think it will need more. And international finance has a role to play in developing the sorts of frameworks that will make this a credit that private sector players can, with integrity, buy and contribute to the transition as well.
Perfect, thank you. Before I turn...
I just want to jump in just to make a comment. Actually, we're working on a research paper related to the insurance sector. I think insurance companies have got huge capital, and they are used to investing long-term to match their liabilities. So they are very much into infrastructure. So they're very familiar with this kind of transition risk. So we would encourage insurance companies to look at transition finance as well.
Thank you, that's so useful. Before I turn to you, Natalia, I wanted just, for all of you in the audience, to think about what the definition of competitive advantage is today and how it's changing. And when Daryl was talking to the minister from Laos, he had a wonderful phrase about how Laos used to be seen as landlocked, but as a huge generator of renewable power, it's now land-linked. And, you know, Indonesia used to be the face of competitive advantage with its timber, its mining, its pulp, its paper, its palm oil. And one of the interesting things, talking to you, Natalia, is what is an incentive and what is a perverse incentive? And can you talk a little bit about how to balance, you know, what used to be natural resources and, you know, which was all about tearing down trees, and what you're doing in Indonesia and Malaysia? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henny. Maybe to start this topic, I just want to show or share how carbon credit from the nature-based area, from the forestry sector, means very much for the emerging economies such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and actually in Southeast Asia. when we see that the potential of Southeast Asia for forestry, there's more than 200 million hectares, is not just there for a national treasure or for the world's potential carbon sink, but it's actually the source of our economy. Around 10% of Southeast Asian economy actually comes from the forestry and forest derivatives. So then when there are a lot of commitment on Paris Agreement to stop deforestation, to reduce, you have to think about, how do we replace this economic value, right? So that's why when we're talking about nature-based solutions or carbon credit that comes from replanting, reforesting, as well as avoiding deforestation, it means so much as a solution to incentivize people who used to be doing timber logging, palm oil plantation, to think about, hey, there's an alternative into economic income that is more sustainable. So this is one of the most important, thesis that we need to realize why it's very important, why it's a big value for the Southeast Asian countries. And I guess in the discussion of carbon credits, yes, there is a lot of issues on how we make sure that the nature-based credit is being delivered well. But this is where I think Dr. King was saying also the role of technology now coming in to make sure that all reduction of deforestation, reduction of greenhouse gas emission from the forest sector could be monitored well. And that's why our company at Fair Atmos, we basically create technology in order to be able to develop carbon projects across Southeast Asia with integrity. We have worked with more than 250 asset owners, landowners, governments, provincial governments, even community asset owners that says that, now with a lot of technology that we can do carbon potential assessment, it could be much easier and even with higher integrity because the monitoring is there. Now, with the potential of Southeast Asia of 200 million hectares of forest, and unfortunately, only less than 1% has been realized to become carbon credits from forestry. This is where ASEAN Alliance Carbon Market comes in. This is where the private companies get together in this platform to learn from each other. So I'm very honored to have also the minister from Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia earlier today, and Indonesia as well. Because since the ASEAN Summit hosted by Indonesia last year and then this year in Laos and next year also in Malaysia, we are discussing about the common framework on what is high quality credits from nature-based solutions. And hopefully this could be the same language when we talk to financiers that, hey, we meet the certain standards of integrity. Is it additional in terms of carbon capturing? Is it, are we managing the leakage well? Are we monitoring the carbon project well? So we hope that this framework would balance or become the bridge between the funders and the carbon projects. So when you're saying that, talking about incentive and reverse incentive, we do think the nature-based carbon credit market can be that. And to tell you the truth, there's a lot of excitement in the private sector to actually explore this business model. So I think eventually private sector just think about, how can we just replace this income, right? So I guess those are the areas that I want to highlight in the conversation.
Thank you so much. And this is a perfect example of what used to be an incentive has become a perverse incentive, and you have to reverse. Yes. It's to get people to not cut down the trees. Because we only have 12 minutes, I'm going to turn to Anita. And I asked Anita to start with just telling us a bit about what SAP's doing, because one of the challenges is, do we have enough of the right data? And do we still need to work a lot on consistency of standards and measurements? So I've asked her to start talking about that, then carrots and sticks, because it's all about the right incentives.
Thank you so much. And yes, so SAP is a global company. We are helping some of the biggest brands run their...
And European company, we should say.
Yes, European company, but we are giving an enterprise software a business AI for companies to actually manage their entire supply chains. So not only looking at their own operations, but also how do they interact with their supply chains, right? Both upstream and downstream. And as we are doing this, we heard about CLP's ambitious targets and how they are pursuing their own carbon neutrality goals. SAP is doing the same. But our bigger work comes when companies who are using our technology, how are they acting on their sustainability ambitions? And that's where we look at, 4 aspects, of course, carbon, we look at circularity, the social equity, and apart from this, how do you get this data transparently reported to the regulatory bodies? So data is absolutely at the heart of sustainability for us, and we use technology to absolutely power our customers' plans, whether it's decarbonization, whether it's the social equity part. So we play our role there. So we look at this aspect as recording the data first, so record, report, and act. So once you have the data, so if you think about your scope 1, 2, and 3 data, how do you get that data done, right? The right accounting methods. And because we are a global company, our companies have subsidiaries spread all across regions. So how are they capturing their carbon data? How are they capturing their water usage? We look at EPR schemes, looking at your plastics in your supply chain. Social equity is a big part, and of course, Europe is leading. How are you enforcing laws across the supply chain? And finally, meeting the regulations, right? So ultimately, bringing this ESG data, reporting transparently to your own company, but also to your stakeholders, when you are looking at the future projects, whether it's from a risk perspective or from financing perspective, right? How are you really moving forward on your climate ambition? So that's what the company does. We help get this data transparently out. Now, of course, the minute I speak scope 3, it's all about how are you getting this data from your suppliers. That's where we have worked with bigger teams like WBCSD to have a standard put in place we call as PACT, a Partnership for Carbon Transparency, where companies, when they collect this data from their suppliers, can do this in an integral way. So how is it calculated? Is it assured? What are the detailed PCFs? So this data can be collected in a meaningful way. So such standard agreements are important, and that's where we do work with private sector, so bringing big companies together across sectors to define what these standards are. And then as a technology company, we bring those capabilities into our SaaS platform, making it easier for companies to then scale.
So one of the things you said to me, and we're running out of time now, and Pakiman is waiting very patiently, is that in Europe, you need and everywhere, you need a combination of carrots and sticks.
Yes.
Very quickly, which is more effective? And by sticks, we're talking taxes.
Yes, so I'll take CBAM example, that is the quickest one. So CBAM in transition phase right now, but will financially impact by 2026. A great example, which is actually forcing companies to come together on their GHG accounting. So transparently disclosing those numbers to their European counterparts. But that's where I lean into what David mentioned earlier, the upskilling really makes a huge difference because these companies are small. So they need the financing, they need the skilling to get these methods in place, and then they get these numbers transparently up. So we have CBAM, EUDR, CSRD, I can name a lot, but I think they have given enough incentives for the region to really think about how are we setting up our future operations, and is that set up for the green transition that the ASEAN economy needs today?
Thank you. I hope that we'll have time to come back to one of the points you made about what we can do to resist the weaponization and the politicization of the transition. But first, I want to call on you, Pakiman, and thank you so much for your patience. And I gave Pakiman 3 questions. One is, how can local capital markets provide the incentive to embrace the energy transition? So I'll start with that one, but we only have 7 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you for your patience again.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Good morning, everybody. I think to embrace energy transition in Indonesia, especially for the public listed companies, IDX, together with the Indonesian Financial Service Authority, or OJK, is committed to support the development of sustainable investment ecosystem in Indonesia, especially in the capital market. Some of IDX initiatives which have been implemented and currently planned are related to climate as follows. I think the first one is to make sustainability report mandatory for all listed companies. Looking back in 2023 sustainability reports submitted by listed company, as of July 2024, almost 94% of the listed company submitted their sustainability report. Yeah. Secondly, I think about ESG risk rating and scoring. We are also currently working with the global ESG rating providers, such as Sustainalytics, that we are already in cooperation with to create the ESG thematic index and to supply ESG risk rating of 80 companies which are a part of IDX 80 index. I think the third one, I think about the climate-related stock index. IDX have implemented IDX RQ45 low carbon leaders in 2022 to serve as an investment alternative and provide an investment strategy to investors who are looking to reduce carbon intensity of their portfolio. The IDX RQ45 low carbon leaders will also serve as a catalyst to decarbonizing the investment ecosystem in the Indonesia capital market and is geared to attract more capital inflow toward climate investment. And the fourth one, I think, regarding the IDX carbon. Maybe you are aware that one significant development in supporting the climate transition is the implementation of Indonesia Carbon Exchange, or we call it IDX Carbon, that was integrated by our President, Bapak Joko Widodo, on September 26, 2023. As per July...
I'm going to cut you off there because we only have 4 minutes left, and I want King to... I'm going to ask you a question. What advice would you have for Pak Iman to make the Indonesian capital markets as vibrant as they possibly can be, given all your experience in Hong Kong?
Right, it's a big question, but as I alluded earlier, we've been discussing with Indonesia on carbon credit trading alliance, because this AACM initiative is very great. So in a nutshell, we want to take advantage of Hong Kong's ecosystem in terms of finance, helping our partners to develop their market in terms of their local resources, their local expertise.
And attracting international investors as well as
one example of that is risk management. Hong Kong has issued 5 catastrophe bonds covering markets such as Jamaica, Japan, China, of course, and Chile. So we can do the same with our ASEAN partners. And these bonds can be duly listed, right? 2 of those actually are listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
You know, Pugriman, can you talk a bit about the local investors and foreign investors in the Indonesian market? And to what extent do they have long-term or very short-term return targets? And how do you get them to do their capital allocation, you know, in the way that serves these long-term goals?
Yeah, I think investor demand for ESG-based investment product for local investor is showing significantly growth. If you look at our growth passive funds, such as mutual funds and ETF products that use the ESG thematic stock index at IDX, including ESG Leaders Index and Serikati, we can see a growth in the value of the asset under management, almost 200 times in 2023, reaching up about almost $450 million US. And also a number of investment products grows almost 24% from 2015 until year to date. This shows, I think, that there's an increasing demand for investment product that integrated to the ESG aspects. I think that's all.
Thank you very much. Does any of my panel want to ask each other any questions in the less than 2 minutes that we have?
I don't have a question, but I do have an encouragement for Natalia. I think it's fantastic to see what you're doing. My pet thesis is that with all the net zero commitments that have been made by corporates around the world, we're going to be structurally short of carbon credits. And to have a system and people working on the development of high integrity, nature-based solutions is going to be a really critical part of the equation here for us to solve what is a really difficult problem, but also for corporates to meet their net zero commitment. So I applaud what you're doing and encourage you all the best.
I echo David. That's why we in discussion with Indonesia.
Well, we have less than a minute left. I usually feel as a moderator that if everyone doesn't leave in tears, the conversation has been incredibly superficial. But this is the one time when I will leave feeling much more optimistic than when I came. And I hope all of you share that feeling and share everyone's way of saying, let's reach out to one each other. And in a decoupling world, globalization may be dead, but the regional cooperation that we've seen here today is very inspiring for me, and I'm so grateful to the SCMP and to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and also, of course, thank you, Dr. Sender, for moderating that very interesting panel on green finance. At this point, I would invite all of you to stand forward in front of the tables for a photo, please. So just please stand up and come to the center in front of the tables. Thank you. And just take the instructions from our photographer. Looking to the center first, please. And Iman, please look at the camera as well. Iman, look at the camera as well. Our photographers are a reminder that we do have someone online as well, so please include Iman in the photo. Thank you. A few more. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to all of our panelists and to our moderator. Thank you very much. Please be seated at this time. And we're going to set up for our next presentation, which won't be a panel, so our staff will remove the furniture from the stage. I would invite our panelists at this time to please be seated. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to a presentation on ASEAN Sustainable Development, a blueprint for regional resilience and growth, presented by Professor Shailaja Fennell from the University of Cambridge and Dr. Albert Sang-Hoon Park from the University of Oxford. Please join me and welcome them to the stage. Welcome, professors.
Thank you very much for the introduction. We're delighted to be here, so thank you very much to the Hong Kong-Asean Foundation and SCMP for inviting us. You're seeing something quite unusual. Oxford and Cambridge don't usually talk to each other. We call each other the other place. So this is unusual, so thank you for making that possible. Today we're going to speak about ASEAN Sustainable Development, and in particular we're going to ask us to think about a blueprint for regional resilience and growth. Over to you, Albert.
Thank you very much, Professor Fennell. I'm just going to see if this clicker is working. And forgive us, because we might have some technical difficulties. Just the green button, right? Aha, there we are.
Over to you, Albert.
So the contents for what we're going to speak about today are extending from prior work that has been done and published online through ASEAN on the ASEAN Development Outlook on inclusive and sustainable development, This is a project that was led by Professor Fennell and enviably based out of the University of Cambridge, but it addresses key challenges, thank you, and opportunities for ASEAN. And given the topic for our morning's sessions, I think it'll be of potential interest to many of the participants here in the audience today, as well as online. So please do feel free to take a picture of the link and do access it at your own leisure. Now, in terms of our contribution today, I think I'd like to summarize it in 3 key takeaways. And what we're going to do is to really try to emphasize the value to the audience here today of reframing or rethinking ASEAN through this lens of collective action. And we'll return to collective action very briefly with Professor Fennell. But this is something that we're going to unpack through 3 different levels of collective action and the ensuing challenges and opportunities for how we might be able to think about and approach this idea of ASEAN. And this further extends to ensuing attempts to, or the value of, shall we say, expanding research and engagement to better map and understand ASEAN's complexity and to better understand the region and engage with it, whether it be from Hong Kong or from beyond in the greater world. So with that.
So we're going to talk about collective action using this odd term, tragedy of the commons. I'm going to take you back to the 1960s, the work of Gareth Hardin. He wrote a paper called The Tragedy of the Commons. What was he thinking about? Cows. That's why we're here. He was thinking, why is it that sometimes it's difficult for countries to move forward? And he was thinking about this in relation to markets and property rights. He was thinking, herders in Africa. So herders in Africa, pastoral people, working on common land. What's the puzzle? The puzzle is every herder earns his or her income from the number of cows they have on the land. An additional cow means additional income in your pocket. But the piece of land is limited. 30 herders, 1 cow each, 30 more cows. Rather than 30 fat animals, you have 30 very thin animals now additionally because the grass has been overgrazed. This is the classic problem of the tragedy of the commons. When you don't have ownership of land, when it's a common resource, it gets overused. Every individual farmer thinks they're doing the right thing for themselves, but the net result for that society of herders is negative. And so Hardin, of course, he was a person of his time, said, oh, well, the population problem in developing countries, that is something we have to think about. Actually, the problem is not one of population, it's how we manage our populations. And the solution is not changing morality, it's understanding morality. Indeed, today's climate change problem is an example of the tragedy of the commons. It's not a problem because we don't have science. We have the scientific solutions today. Increasingly, we talk about seeding the clouds or freezing the Arctic. These are exciting solutions, but they will not work without finance. And yes, we need green finance, but most importantly, we have to recognize that the social dilemma of collective action still exists. There is still the problem of individual incentives do not add up to societal good because markets do not often function the way we expect them to. Consequently, where we have situations where we don't have private goods, for example, you've got a mobile phone, it's your phone, you buy it, you sell it, you lose it, it's your problem. There are lots of goods in society where that is not the case. Where, for example, you could have a public bad. Somebody's burning leaves, countries burn agricultural waste, the wind blows in the wrong direction, it goes to another country. You're not doing the wrong thing, but the societal result is problematic. Everybody is burning their leaves, there's too much burning. That's a public bad. We end up with too much of a public bad. We call that pollution. We also have public goods. We end up with too little of public goods. It's too expensive for individuals or they can't be bothered. We call that free riding. Think of an example of a public housing block. Everybody lives in their flat in the public housing block. There are areas in the public housing block, the corridors, the open areas, where you have lights, the light fuses. Nobody wants to pay for the bulb because somebody else is going to pay for it. Free riding. But everybody ends up with a dark alleyway and criminality and mugging because nobody's got light. So, where markets don't exist, policymakers have a real headache. The collective action problem or the social dilemma is how do we create markets where we have collective action problems? And ASEAN provides us a really valuable opportunity to think through this collective action problem. Over to you, Albert.
I'm really hoping we're not giving you flashbacks of a terrible lecture hall in your past that you've tucked away sometime. But I mean, in some sense, we've been brought in to sort of encourage and stimulate thought. And I suppose part of your homework for our session today, and I'm afraid we do have a bit of homework, is to really try to think through this lens of collective action. I realize it might be a bit abstract right now, but we're going to walk you through why we think collective action is an incredibly powerful lens for trying to understand nuance and to navigate complexity that we have to face when it comes to navigating ASEAN's sustainable development. And to do that, we're going to unpack this across 3 different levels. So 3 levels of ASEAN collective action as we see it across national, regional, and global levels. And in many ways, this corresponds to the many different ways that we often end up speaking about ASEAN. So colloquially, I think something that academics can be quite sensitive about is when you say ASEAN, precisely what do you mean by ASEAN? And to give you a very specific example, at this national level, this first level, we often find ASEAN being referred to in the context of its member states, as a collection of member states, AMS or the ASEAN member states, each with distinctive domestic agendas and contexts that really do need to be understood and appreciated if you want productive and effective cooperation and engagement. This comes with both challenges and opportunities.
So it's really important to think about ASEAN member states, their own domestic agendas, their own different levels of growth. As the keynote spoke about this morning, there are many initiatives at country level that are very exciting. One, for example, is ASEAN's Smart City Initiative, which has run for over a decade now. There are over 20 examples of cities that have used the Smart City mandate very effectively across the region. And yet, these examples, for example, the iconic Gardens by the Bay in the case of Singapore, which brings nature into the city. However, despite these exciting programs, the ability to learn collectively about how to engage across these programs is still not in place. Another example where there's an opportunity rather than a lack of connection is things that have been done which are good practice, which are not yet being communicated outside or across the region. One smart city initiative coming out of, in this case, Vietnam, which was really interesting, is they use community radio to talk to those who will migrate to the city. And very surprising, over COVID, that made Vietnam one of the most successful countries because they used that community radio to tell people when to come out and when to go home so that they engaged with society. And this is why we talk about the societal dilemma. These dilemmas can only be engaged with when you work with societal levels. Over to you, Albert.
Now, if we move from this problem of collective action as we see it at the level of nation states, we can also move one level further at this regional scale. And what I mean here is ASEAN, as it's commonly referred to as an intergovernmental organization. So as opposed to a collection of member states as, let's say, a G20, this is now ASEAN as we're talking about it as more of a UN or an EU, right? So ASEAN as an international organization or ASEAN as an intergovernmental organization. And if you'll bear with me, I realize that we might be digging into some granular details, but as we like to say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And when it comes to these issues of bureaucracy, they become quite important for not just agenda setting, policy formulation, but also implementation and actual results on the ground. Now, this is something that ASEAN is very much aware of, and I think many of you in this room may already be familiar with this concept of ASEAN centrality. ASEAN as a regional organization is very clearly committed to maintaining ASEAN centrality, and by that, what it means is that maintaining its institutional relevance, its ability to actually deliver public goods to the region and to its broader partners. That also means administrative capacity. But if you think about issues like climate change, it really does bring in unprecedented challenges for not just governments, as we saw at the national level, but for intergovernmental organizations as well. And For any of you who are familiar with ASEAN and its basic structure, you will know of its three pillars: the ASEAN Economic Community, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, and the ASEAN Political and Security Community. Forgive me, I went out of alphabetical order there. That was unintended. But take an issue like climate security. Is climate security purely a socio-cultural matter? Or is it a political security matter? Does climate security not have economic ramifications? So when it comes to tackling a wicked problem like climate change, we find that it adds an incredible challenge to bureaucracies, governments, and intergovernmental organizations like ASEAN. So collective action allows us to recognize some of these, let's say, less flashy, but just as important issues that must be addressed when it comes to effective policies and action. That being said, there are opportunities here, so on a lighter note.
Thank you, Albert. So this wicked problem that we're talking about is the climate change problem. A wicked problem is one which is difficult because it doesn't have a simple technical solution. You can burn, but you don't know which way the wind's going to blow, which is really what happens in a transboundary haze. It's also a problem because even when you identify the problem, there's no single solution. So again, think about transboundary haze. ASEAN was way ahead of other countries. 2002, as a region, they agreed on transboundary haze as a process and have worked through 18 COPs on this issue. Transboundary haze, initially Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, southern transboundary haze. Over the last 10 years, Mekong, northern transboundary haze. A lot of work, but across these transboundary haze, the roadmap is not fully rolled out, so that in 2023, ASEAN went through its second roadmap to try and create platforms that share the practice, particularly the indicators, because the southern transboundary haze has different measures of particulate matter, different indicators to the north, which means that the region needs to bring them together to take that opportunity to be able to move forward on transboundary haze. And the 2023 agreement on roadmap and this year's meeting of the COP is indicating the way forward is to take regional partners with national and both financial and societal partners. So ASCC becomes critical in linking AEC to APSC. Over to you.
And very briefly on this note, I think it'll be of particular interest or relevance, this ASEAN connectivity agenda. You may have heard it from His Excellency, the Minister from Laos this morning, Lao PDR. Under Laos chairmanship this year, the theme is ASEAN connectivity and resilience. And this is really focusing on the ability for the region to expand its connectivity through infrastructure, digitalization, finance, mobilities. And this is an area where I think it would be remiss not to mention, given our situation in Hong Kong right now, one of Asia's global cities, the sort of expertise and knowledge that is probably in this room today that could really find good uses in the ASEAN region itself. So expanding on that, there's a final level of there's a global range of ASEAN in the world, and I think increasingly we're seeing ASEAN being correlated or corresponding to the Indo-Pacific. And it would also be remiss of us to not address the sort of challenges for national and regional sovereignty amidst global headwinds that we're seeing coming out across the world, whether it be geoeconomic, geopolitical, or even in the case for increasing global interest in the Indo-Pacific itself. For example, ASEAN, in an attempt to reclaim some of its own self-definition and sovereignty, released its ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific to say, well, if all of you are going to define us in this context of the Indo-Pacific, let us define ourselves. This also brings a potential challenge that we saw during the period of globalization, what was often referred to in trade policy and economics as the spaghetti bowl policy entanglement. With the proliferation of agreements, of partnerships, of alliances cross-cutting this region, ASEAN and abroad, there is a potential challenge of unintended, not just interconnections, but potential entanglements that have to be carefully navigated and understood in the process of building partnerships across ASEAN. But again, I think this brings some very clear opportunities for greater synergy with regional neighbors. And again, I think being here in Hong Kong is a very relevant place to host the summit. ASEAN +3, so ASEAN plus China, Japan, South Korea. Not to mention the broader global context, which I think...
Absolutely, and I think Minister Aziz brought that to our attention on talking about palm oil plantations. Again, the way in which a lot of the narrative in the political global sphere occurs is a blame-risk game. And what we have in the case of palm oil plantations is sustainability indicators that are coming out of the region. This is a time to claim leadership and think about sustainable consumption production where the indicators coming out of ASEAN could drive the story, because where is palm oil going in supply chains? It's going to the global north. And so if you think about supply chains not just as a linear process, but as a refashioning of the geopolitical and the geoeconomic, you have a fundamental climate change global public good, which should come out of the Indo-Pacific, because these are productions that comes from the region. And it recasts. Over to you, Albert.
So I realize we are now wrapping up. So to summarize, to just bring you back to the 3 key points, I hope we've helped illustrate, help think through this idea of collective action as this very powerful lens for not just analyzing and understanding ASEAN, but for promoting mutual understanding and effective cooperation towards this broader sustainable development goals for the region and beyond. And to do that, we've looked at this at 3 levels: national, regional, global, and the separate dynamics that we can disentangle across each. And hopefully we've also, in our capacity as academics ourselves, been able to convince you at least a little bit towards the value and importance of expanding research and engagement to map this ASEAN complexity, to understand this nuance towards how we might be able to better understand each other and to build more effective partnerships into the future. Now, I think we've lectured at you enough, so now it's your turn to lecture us, and I think we'll pass it on to Q&A. Yes.
Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, do we have any questions from the floor? Once again, you can submit questions by scanning the QR code, or you can just raise your hand and we'll run a mic to you. For those of you who are joining online, please submit your questions. Okay, I'm getting an indication that because of time, we will not be having any questions. Once again, thank you to our professors. Please come to the front center for a photo together. If we could have mics, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Fennell. Thank you. All right, if you could go to the center where the red mark is, red mark, looking to the center for a photo, please. A few more. All right, thank you once again, Professors Fennell and Park, for that fascinating discussion and presentation. Next up, we're going to have one more fireside chat, and that is why the staff are setting up chairs again. We are excited to be having a fireside chat with Farita Gir-Pinochai, Chief Executive Officer of Lazada Thailand, to discuss ASEAN's booming e-commerce market. This session will be moderated by Matt Haldane, production editor of South China Morning Post. Once again, don't forget to scan the QR codes if you have any questions you would like to ask, and we'll try and put it into the discussion. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and our moderator. Thank you. All right, Matt, I'll turn things over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm really excited for this conversation with Palm, CEO of Lazada Thailand. E-commerce, of course, we all know has become a really vital part of the economic fabric of Southeast Asia, especially following the pandemic, which has had a huge impact in how consumers buy and what they're interested in, how they're interested in consuming these products. Lazada's been a pioneer in this space for 12 years already. So I want to, but you know, the industry's undergoing a really big transformation right now, a lot of big technological changes. But I'd like to start off first with maybe getting a bit of explanation on what are the consumer trends, the unique consumer trends that you're seeing in ASEAN, and how are they driving e-commerce in the region right now?
Okay, sure. I think, hello, everybody. I think, first of all, you know, it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks very much for having me today. So I think maybe start off first with the ASEAN market. I think it's something very special. The market is very diverse, full of potential. I think we're talking about, you know, a very diverse markets with huge population size. I mean, e-commerce user penetration alone is expected to reach more than 400 million users. That's about 63% population penetration. And the growth has been phenomenal, like you said, right? I mean, COVID period has really driven the acceleration of e-commerce penetration. And actually post-COVID, we still are able to sustain and see a very strong growth. So not only is it a very big size in terms of population and potential, but the growth is there. E-commerce is probably one of the fastest growing sectors in the economies in ASEAN market. Number-wise, I think the CAGR is expected to be about 16% between 2023 to 2025 in terms of gross merchandise value. And I think within these markets, there's also some differences and trends emerge that we see. I think within the 6 markets that Lazada operates, I would say Thailand and Vietnam are the 2 countries with one of the fastest growth, while I think size-wise, Indonesia is definitely ranked first, followed by Thailand. And maybe as a CEO of Lazada Thailand, I'll touch a little bit on Thailand and how we see the consumer trends.
Yeah, please do.
So I would say Thailand is a relatively more mature e-commerce market than the others. I think there's a pretty solid infrastructure in terms of logistics and payments. And consumers are generally quite tech savvy. So being tech savvy, I think that also comes with higher consumer expectations on the experience of online. So actually, as we penetrate through the market with higher e-commerce penetration, and with online shopping almost now becoming a daily necessity in people's lives, businesses like Lazada, our platform, needs to constantly adapt and innovate to meet up with these evolving needs. I'll give you some examples, right, of how we manage to evolve and stay innovative is that looking back 12 years ago, like you said, we actually pioneered the space. And through that, we introduced cash on delivery. I mean, it's widely known now, but back then we started this just to build consumer confidence and trust in the platform just to start using it. But nowadays, it's not about just online transactions or shopping anymore. It's become way more than that in terms of, you know, enhancing value-added services. I think users do expect that nowadays. So if they buy, you know, air conditioning or refrigerator, we provide installation. Or if you buy mobile phones, then there is insurance product. I think even post-sales has become very important. So we have to think about, you know, returns, refunds policy. So I think it's evolved quite fast, and there's definitely higher consumer needs, and we have to keep up and innovate using technology largely to meet the demands.
Yeah, it's really interesting how quickly things have changed, expectations have changed in the e-commerce space, and how companies have had to really try to race to keep up with all these changes, offering new services to meet consumers in this space. Artificial intelligence is kind of the new area where things are moving. Companies see this as an area where they can really differentiate themselves, their platforms, the way they can cater to their user base. What do you see as the key consumer behavior trends in ASEAN that are how is Lazada using artificial intelligence to enhance customer experiences right now and streamline operations?
I think AI technology has really been a game changer, really. And Lazada is actually a part of the Alibaba group. We're actually the first international acquisition of Alibaba outside of China, starting in 2016. I think that actually allow us to tap into technology and logistics foundation of one of the world's most successful e-commerce giants. So with that, I would say that Lazada was able to really adopt AI quite early on in the market. And it's been quite a game changer in terms of how it transforms the ability of the platform like Lazada to interact with our buyers, our sellers, even between the sellers and buyers themselves, as well as our partners. So some of the AI-powered tools like personalized search recommendations, Lassie Chat or the chatbots have really revolutionized the online shopping experience in general. I think some of the more valid examples that I can share so you get a sense of how we use AI across the consumer journey, right? The most important one is probably the personalized search and recommendations. So as a buyer, if you do a search or browse in the app, the results is completely different between each person based on personalization. And actually the effectiveness of using this AI-powered features is that 71% of our buyers purchase through recommendation features. I think another interesting one is probably the Ask the Buyer feature. I think what we do is we use AI prompt questions, so we've generated more than 2 million questions, and we managed to collect more than 1.5 million user reviews. And so we use those reviews for other buyers down the road to do conversion. I think another more fun one is probably our AI and AR powered technology. So we work with brands to do virtual try-on, especially in beauty products like lipstick. You could try on and see if your lipstick fits with the skin tone, or things like furniture. You can use this AI AR powered technology to see if it fits with the living room. So I think ultimately AI has been very important, and I think this is where Lazada really have the strength and the advantage. And overall, we've seen effectiveness in engaging with our consumer, and also just overall enhancing the conversion rate.
Great, yeah, that's it's really interesting. Another part of that is how companies are now trying to leverage these technologies to tap into cross-border e-commerce. What can you say about how companies, how is Lazada helping companies navigate these kind of the complexities of regulatory challenges in the region, and how does Lazada help connect these international businesses and help them cater specifically to consumers in these markets?
I think it's also quite good that today, we're in Hong Kong, despite us not having operations, Lazada having operations in Hong Kong, but actually we also try to facilitate, and there's definitely opportunity for, businesses in Hong Kong with the variety of products that you could offer to enter the ASEAN market. Like you mentioned, right? I think there are challenges of entering the ASEAN markets. One is probably on the regulations and legal frameworks. I think firstly, it's comprised of many different varying regulations. So it's not uniform across. So I think that's one difficulty. Another one is probably the fact that e-commerce as an industry is relatively new. So actually, as we are speaking, the regulations also evolve with the sector. And I think between the markets within ASEAN, there's also uneven development and just big varieties in terms of languages, cultures, so on and so forth. So our role as a platform, I would say, is we help to facilitate cross-border businesses to navigate these challenges through integrated solutions. I think the important foundation is probably on technology, partially on AI, on logistics, very simplified solutions, as well as advanced and secure payment solutions to help businesses do cross-border transactions easily. Maybe I give one example of in Indonesia.
Okay.
In Indonesia, we are actually recognized by the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia that we're the first platform to use the delivery duty paid scheme for customs clearance. That means, with this scheme, we could complete customs clearance in just about an hour. So this means, significant enhancement into the time and the cost efficiency for businesses. And in terms of logistics, for example, we have a vast network of our own. We're the biggest in-house logistics for e-commerce in the region. And through our networks with local 3PLs, we are also able to help businesses set up, local fulfillment warehousing and easily plug into the logistics network. So I think these are some of the examples where we can easily help make the cross-border much easier for businesses to come into the market.
Great. Well, I know this has been kind of a very rapid-fire Q&A session, but yeah, I just want to wrap up here. We're just about out of time, so thank you so much for explaining all the nuances of what's happening here. I'm looking forward to seeing how this space evolves and how major players like Lazada continue to use new technologies to meet consumers where they're at now. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farita and Matt. If I could invite you guys to stand for a photo, please. Just stand in front of the coffee table. And looking right to the center at all of our photographers, please. Thank you. A few more. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Farita, for telling us more about Lazada, and Matt for leading the discussion. Thank you. All right, we are near the end of our summit today. We have one more presentation. Our staff's going to move the podium back up on stage, so give them a little time. Thank you for your patience. Our final presentation today is on opportunities in the Belt and Road Initiative, delivered by Nicholas Ho Lik Chi, Commissioner for Belt and Road. Nicholas is leading the Belt and Road Office under the Commerce and Economic Development Bureau to formulate overall strategy and spearhead policy in driving Hong Kong's full participation in the Belt and Road Initiative. Before joining the government, Nicholas was a registered architect in Hong Kong who had senior positions in an international architectural practice for 10 years. He's led a number of Belt and Road related projects involving smart city development and green building construction. Please join me in welcoming Nicholas to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to keep this short. I know everyone must be very, very hungry. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate the convening of the Hong Kong-Asean Summit today, perfectly timed alongside the 9th Belt and Road Summit organized by the Hong Kong government and the Trade Development Council. It is an honor to share our insights on the immense opportunities presented by the Belt and Road Initiative. The initiative represents more than just a framework. It embodies collaboration, partnership, and connection. Launched by President Xi Jinping in 2013, it stands as an inclusive global initiative, having forged cooperation agreements with over 150 countries and 30 international organizations. Hong Kong possesses a unique position, benefiting from the steadfast support from our motherland while remaining deeply connected to the world. This enables us to serve not only as the super connector, but also as the super value adder in the next phase of the Belt and Road development. Since the initiative's inception in 2013, Hong Kong's merchandise trade with Belt and Road countries surged 60% to $250 billion in 2023, 3.8 times that of Hong Kong overall trade growth. Hong Kong's position of outward direct investment to Belt and Road countries tripled to nearly $120 billion in 2022, 3.5 times that of Hong Kong overall ODI growth. The number of offices set up in Hong Kong from Belt and Road countries soared to nearly 1,200 this year. As ASEAN's second largest trading partner since 2010, our commitment to this region is unwavering. Trade between Hong Kong and ASEAN hits $145 billion USD last year, accounting for nearly 13% of our global trade. These figures underscore Hong Kong's essential role as the pivotal link between mainland and ASEAN region. We are eager to deepen our partnership and enhance the economic and cultural ties that bind us. The 9th Belt and Road Summit, which concluded yesterday, focused on building a connected, innovative, and green Belt and Road. This theme aligns seamlessly with our national strategies, providing a vital platform for cooperation. Over 6,000 leaders and professionals convened, resulting in 25 MOUs across diverse sectors and numerous opportunities for cooperation. To fortify our economic and trade relations with ASEAN, our chief executive has led high-level delegations to the region in both July last year and this July. These visits successfully yielded 88 MOUs with 6 ASEAN states, solidifying our commitment to advancing the Belt and Road collaboration together. As we celebrate the 10th year anniversary of the Belt and Road last year, President Xi Jinping announced 8 major steps aimed at propelling cooperation towards high-quality development in the next golden decade. These initiatives, spanning from supporting an open economy to advancing green development, reflect our shared vision for the future. Hong Kong is unique along the Green Belt and Road because of our one-of-a-kind green economic ecosystem, which comprises of 3 components: green finance, where Hong Kong is Asia's #1 green bond and facilities issuance center. Our Hong Kong Monetary Authority launched Green Taxonomy earlier this year to bridge global standards and help projects gain accessibility to green finance. Second is our green professionals, which are international and well-versed in sustainability and ESG requirements and standards, with comprehensive experience in mainland of China and also international market, bringing high-quality service connectivity throughout the region. Lastly is the green innovation. From our universities and startup ecosystem, we have incubated hundreds of world-class climate tech solutions to help companies and projects to undergo green transformation and decarbonization. Together, these 3 components formed a self-propelling green growth engine and a total value chain for Belt and Road projects and companies. We are committed to be at the forefront to drive green standards and best practices to help our region reach carbon neutrality collectively. Innovation and technology form the backbone of Hong Kong's future and our role in the Silk Road economic belt. By collaborating with the GBA, we are harnessing our R&D capabilities alongside advanced manufacturing to unlock new productive forces. Our sophisticated ICT infrastructures, including multiple submarine cable systems, position us to enhance digital connectivity among Belt and Road countries. We are committed to supporting our SMEs in their digital transformation. Initiatives such as the Cyberport pilot subsidy schemes are equipping businesses with new digital tools they need to thrive. FinTech is revolutionizing the financial services, making them more accessible and efficient. With a vibrant FinTech ecosystem, Hong Kong is poised to support ASEAN in financial inclusion, fostering partnerships that build robust infrastructure for growth. E-commerce offers significant opportunities as well. The pandemic has accelerated its growth, and Hong Kong's world-class logistics network can help ASEAN capitalize on this boom. Together, we can build the necessary infrastructure to drive economic growth. Through capacity building and knowledge sharing, we can empower each other to effectively implement new technologies. By attracting funding and fostering collaboration, we can drive regional digital and green development, ensuring the benefits of innovation touch every community. we can be the interoperability hub of national and global standards and regulations, driving regional comprehensive digital and sustainable development. This year, as we welcome close to 4,000 students coming from Belt and Road countries to study in our publicly funded university programs, under our Belt and Road scholarships and related initiatives, we are laying the groundwork for stronger cultural and people-to-people ties. This shared journey of learning will fortify our future cooperation based on mutual understanding. Starting from this month, a variety of institutions and organizations will host events alongside the Belt and Road Summit, including exhibitions, seminars, and exchange sessions that span multiple sectors, such as financial services, trade, legal services, innovation and technology, transport and logistics, and culture. We're very glad that the Hong Kong-Asean Summit and the ASEAN Film Festival are part of this exciting journey. Other notable events include the Belt and Road Week, organized by the Trade Development Council, the Asia Plus Festival, second edition, from September to November, started this week, and the 5th conference of the Belt and Road Initiative Tax Administration Cooperation Forum, scheduled for 24th to 26th of September. These events are designed to enhance cooperation and showcase Hong Kong's role as the vital hub in the Belt and Road Initiative. I invite you all to join us there. I have lived in ASEAN for 3 years, and I am most impressed by the region's vibrancy and capacity for change. As we contemplate our future endeavors, I am reminded of the wisdom encapsulated within the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It is in this spirit that we dedicate ourselves to cultivating and enduring friendships and partnerships founded upon the principle of mutual respect, shared values, and common prosperity. We are kindred spirits, united by a shared commitment to progress, and we look forward to building a prosperous future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for that informative and succinct presentation. We have time for one question. Let's see if we have any questions here from the floor. Okay, in about 30 seconds to 1 minute, question is, over the next 6 months, where do you see the business opportunities?
The government is focused on ASEAN and Middle East, but that's not where the bus stops. From ASEAN and Middle East, we hope to expand into further regions and markets, and we already started expanding into Central Asia, Eastern Europe, South Asia, and also North Africa. So using Hong Kong as a hub, we hope to gradually expand from familiar economies to new emerging markets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. That is Mr. Nicholas Ho. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for joining the Hong Kong-ASEAN Summit 2024. We would like to take this moment to express our heartfelt thanks to all of the esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators for sharing their valuable insights and expertise with us today. Your contributions have truly enriched us and provided us with a wealth of knowledge. We are grateful, of course, to the Hong Kong-ASEAN Foundation and our Hong Kong Foundation, as well as our diamond sponsor, UOB, for their incredible support in making today's event possible. Once again, if you're posting tidbits on social media, please include these hashtags, hashtag HK-ASEAN Summit and hashtag SCMP on your social media. You may also follow at SCMP Events on LinkedIn for any future event updates. Once again, we remind you to give us your valuable contributions on the survey. It's just on the back of your name badge. Just flip over the name badge. It's right there. It's a physical form. Just fill it in with a pen or pencil, and please drop off your name badge with us so that we have your advice. We hope you have enjoyed the insights today. Thank you again for coming. We hope you've had a fruitful session. May I take this opportunity to wish you a happy Friday afternoon and a good weekend ahead. Thank you.